Chapter 44-32. What white tiger? The blue-haired man snorted coldly. He glanced around and suddenly saw the charging white tiger. Then he frowned. The white tiger was covered in pure white fur. It didn't have the markings that a tiger should have, but it had the aura of a tiger. Moreover, it was very powerful. No one could see through it. This white tiger doesn't seem weak. It's even stronger than the black tiger cave master from the 72 cave masters. The blue-haired man squinted his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the stone sculpture on the white tiger's back. He exclaimed, "It's Lei Gong." Although Lin Ling had turned into a stone, his outline was still there. Therefore, he was recognized immediately. Lei Gong? Didn't he disappear? Why did he come to the sacred mountain? The other demons were also shocked. Everyone in the 72 cave masters knew about Lin Ling. Moreover, during the battle of the sacred mountain a year ago, Lin Ling also shone brightly. However, Lin Ling disappeared and didn't go to the sacred mountain. Many people thought that Lin Ling had given up on entering the sacred mountain. No one expected that Lin Ling would come as well. Furthermore, he had turned into a rock. Young clan leader, run quickly. The clan leader isn't here. Lei Gong will definitely kill you. A demon with a huge bull's head roared. Bullshit. The blue-haired man was shocked at first. However, he quickly calmed down and gave the bull demon a hard slap. Lei Gong can't even protect himself. Didn't you see? He has turned into a stone. Then, the blue-haired man sneered. He was the young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan. Yes, this means that as long as we destroy the stone, Lei Gong will die. A demon with a wild boar's head was pleasantly surprised. Our luck is here. The blue-haired man laughed more and more proudly. Losing to Lin Ling last time was the biggest shame of his life. He didn't expect that he could take revenge today. As long as he killed Lin Ling, wouldn't Long Yang's heart belong to him? Hee hee, it's just a stupid tiger and a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. Isn't this a piece of cake? The other demons chuckled as well. They were already drooling as though they wanted to eat the young girl. Moreover, they were already prepared to prevent the girl from escaping. They surrounded the girl. But what surprised them was that the white tiger and the young girl didn't need them to surround them at all. They had already rushed over. He had seen foolish people before, but he had never seen such a foolish person. Hey, my friend has turned into stone. Do you have any ideas? The young girl asked the blue-haired man and the others to stop. The young patriarch was dumbfounded. All the fiendish demons were dumbfounded. They admitted that their intelligence was inferior to that of humans, but this was the first time they had seen someone more stupid than them. Sure, give me that damned stone. The blue-haired man revealed what he thought was his most amiable smile. You have an idea. That's great. The young girl was delighted. Then she knocked the white tiger's head with her fist and scolded, "Look at how stupid you are. I have an idea, unlike you who still needs to run around looking for a place." Although the white tiger wasn't smart, it was timid by nature. It seemed to have seen through the sinister intentions of the young patriarch and the others. Therefore, it resisted and roared loudly. So noisy. However, the young girl was still stubborn. She ignored the white tiger's resistance and intended to hand Lin Ling over. At the crucial moment, they still had to rely on little Kunlun. It separated its vines and entangled Lin Ling, preventing him from handing over Lin Ling. What are you doing? The young girl was furious. However, little Kunlun still wouldn't let go. It continued to pester little Kunlun, causing the young patriarch and the others to become impatient. Enough, are you done yet? Let me tell you, I want to kill this Lei Gong. Hurry up and hand over the stone. The young patriarch couldn't be bothered to continue acting. She was just a silly little girl. Acting in front of her was simply a waste of his time. What, you want to kill eldest uncle? The young girl seemed to have realized something. She was the slowest to react. All right, I already knew that you guys were up to no good. Indeed, my guess was right. Subsequently, the young girl said angrily. Kunlun. This time, the white tiger and little Kunlun protested together. If not for the young patriarch's impatience and baring his fangs, this young girl would have already handed little Kunlun over. That's enough. Let me tell you, whether you hand him over or not, you have to die. The young patriarch was clearly fed up with this young girl. Then he sneered and said, "Look at your soft and tender skin, the taste must be very good. Also, that white tiger is a great tonic. Hee, I'm going to eat my fill today." Young patriarch, I want a leg. I'm a little aggrieved. I'll eat your butt. The other demons also started to drool and stared at the young girl. Run, scream, struggle. Let's see how long you can run. Little white, run. The young girl finally shouted. When she was running, she wasn't muddle-headed anymore. Then, under the shocked gazes of the demons, the white tiger leaped and ran into the distance at the speed of 500,000 worlds. Bam! One of the demons with an elephant trunk was hit by the white tiger and flipped in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The demons were tongue-tied, including the young patriarch. Clearly, they did not expect this idiotic young girl and the white tiger to run so quickly. They disappeared in the blink of an eye? So fast! How can these two pieces of trash be so powerful? TSK, respect. The demons commented one after another. What are you waiting for? Go after them. It was only when the young patriarch roared that they reacted and hurriedly chased in the direction of the white tiger. The young patriarch's expression was ugly. He did not expect the duck to escape from his mouth. However, this was the best chance to kill Lei Gong. How could he miss it? Immediately, he transformed into a demonic bull and galloped into the distance. Faster, little white, faster. It's all your fault. I felt that something was wrong and told you not to get close to them. But you didn't listen. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would all be eaten. On the white tiger, the young girl kept shouting. However, even without the young girl's urging, the white tiger had already unleashed its full strength because it was afraid of itself. As for the demons chasing them, they could only watch dumbfounded as the white tiger disappeared into the distance. They were all stunned on the spot. Damn it, is that a tiger? That's a rabbit. Finally, the demon with the wild boar head said, "Bastard!" The young patriarch had also arrived. He was so angry that his bull head was spewing flames. However, that stupid tiger can't maintain such speed. Continue the chase. Rotten eagle, go to the sky and search. Wolf deity, you're in charge of tracking. Yes, young patriarch. The group of fiendish demons scattered. Run, little white, run. Chapter 44:33. It even rolled its eyes at the young girl. You're definitely not tired. I'm the one running. Not only do I have to carry you, I even have to carry a stupid rock. Kunlun. At this moment, little Kunlun extended its vines and landed outside the cliff, as though it was investigating something. Seeing little Kunlun's actions, the white tiger also reacted and let out a low roar. It also stared at the bottom of the cliff and realized that there was a wide pool below the cliff. There was also a waterfall falling from the sky. It roared at the young girl, who rubbed her eyes and said in confusion, "Wow, the divine spring. What a huge divine spring." The white tiger knew that the young girl was confused and did not waste any more time. It carried the young girl and jumped down the cliff with Lin Ling. Boom! The water rippled and endless spiritual energy and mist spread out. The white tiger and the young girl, who had landed on the pool, lay down and revealed satisfied expressions. He then looked at Lin Ling. He had turned into a stone and quietly sank into the pool. Little Kunlun followed him. This divine spring was obviously very big and had been around for a long time. When Lin Ling sank to the bottom of the pool, bubbles kept coming out of his body. His body, which was as hard as a rock, quietly began to soften. So using endless spiritual energy can nourish the body and cure the poison. Little white, why didn't you say this earlier? The young girl was still lying on the pool and scolded at the same time. The white tiger stretched and rolled its eyes in resistance. It muttered to itself, "If I can't find such a dense divine spring, what's the use of telling you?" At this moment, under the pool, The rocks on Lin Ling's body kept falling off and bubbles kept coming out. Finally, his body gradually recovered. At this moment, the Chaos Divine formula also quietly circulated and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of the Divine Spring, bringing it into his 7 dantians. The 7 dantians, which were originally in a mess, seemed to have been cleansed by seawater. The scorpion poison also quietly swam out of Lin Ling's limbs and bones and was greatly diluted. Gradually, Lin Ling woke up. When he realized where he was, he could not help but be shocked. He immediately sat down cross-legged and crazily absorbed the divine spring around him. Rumble! The waterfall in the sky continued to crash down, but as the days passed, the waterfall was no longer as magnificent as it had been in the beginning. As for the boundless holy spring, it began to shrink as well. On the shore, the white tiger was holding a big fish in its hands. It was very dissatisfied as it roared in the direction of the holy spring. It was obvious that it had sensed that Lin Ling had refined the heavenly spring, causing it to decrease in quantity. "I've really wronged this lord. That brat has it easy." The white tiger cursed in its heart. "Hurry up and eat the fish." "What are you talking about?" Beside him, the young girl was also holding a big white fish and eating it in big bites. Her big bright eyes looked at the pool and she thought, "Uncle, it should be done this time." At this moment, Lin Ling's dantian had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. An incomparably dense spirit chi was transforming his 7 dantians, and a divine light was constantly being absorbed and spat out. Finally, at a certain moment, a rumbling sound resounded. After that, Lin Ling noticed that his 7 dantians seemed to have transformed into 7 worlds, and they were even more like 7 gods. Middle stage lower deity. An ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. He had finally broken through. Sensing the terrifying divine origin energy in his dantian, Lin Ling's heart was inexplicably excited. One had to know that breaking through to the lower deity stage was the most difficult. Without exceeding 10,000 miles, it would not be shaken at all. However, this time, Lin Ling had successfully broken through. He could not help but open his eyes. He was very curious about how much heavenly spring he had absorbed. However, when he looked around, he realized that he was in a deep valley. The surroundings were smooth, and there were traces of flowing water. Could it be that all the heavenly spring in this valley has been absorbed by me? Lin Ling was shocked. According to his estimation, such a deep valley could store up to thousands of heavenly springs. No, it was possible that it could store up to tens of thousands of heavenly springs. Tens of thousands of heavenly springs allowed Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Ling's 7 dantians were. Little Kunlun. Looking around, Lin Ling found the little vine beside his feet again. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the little vine. He remembered that before he fell into a deep sleep, he had been hit by the old realm scorpion's poisonous needle. After that, he lost consciousness. At the critical moment, little Kunlun had saved him again. Now, little Kunlun had saved him many times. Kunlun. Suddenly, little Kunlun's vine pointed above the valley, causing Lin Ling to look up. Then he saw a huge tiger's head above the valley, followed by a young girl's head. "It's them again." Seeing this duo, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly as he cursed inwardly. If not for the fact that he wanted to help these 2 reckless people, Lin Ling, would not have come to this godforsaken place. But now, not only was he getting further and further away from the treasure, he did not even know where he was. "Uncle, you're awake." At this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. White Tiger also cursed inwardly. "Kunlun." Little Kunlun on Lin Ling's arm made a sound. Lin Ling was familiar with it. Only then did he know that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have died in this sacred mountain. Karma. I wanted to help her, but in the end, she helped me. Lin Ling let out a long sigh. After shaking his head with a smile, he leaped up. "Thank you." After landing on the ground, Lin Ling also bowed to the young girl. He knew that if not for the young girl, he, Lin Ling, would have really died here. It had to be said that the young girl was also Lin Ling's benefactor. One had to know that Lin Ling had experienced several life and death situations in his life. Although this one seemed the most ordinary, the danger level was not any lower. It could be said that he had failed miserably. Hee, there's no need. I said that I will protect you. The young girl suddenly became a little shy as she touched the back of her head. White Tiger suddenly did not hate Lin Ling as much as before. Its white face was also a little red. Lin Ling looked around and found that the ground was full of bones. They were fish bones. This made him very surprised. During this period, the tiger and the young girl could not have been eating fish, right? And from the looks of it, they were eating it raw. Shaking his head, Lin Ling saw that there were still a few lively fish on the ground. He immediately waved his right hand and brought the few fish over. Then, a flame appeared in his palm and he began to roast them. Uncle, you can't eat fish like this. The young girl blinked and said. But soon, a fragrant smell wafted over. Rumble. Her stomach made a sound, followed by a rumbling sound. However, this time, it came from White Tiger's stomach. Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He continued to roast the fish for them. Hey, little White, this fish is mine. Don't snatch it. Uncle, the fish you roast is too delicious. I can eat 10 more. Chapter 44-34. The first time he saw the girl, he thought she was an idiot. He thought she wouldn't live long because Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life and was used to the cruelty of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling now realized that this was just his preconceived idea. Although the martial artists in this world were ruthless, there were still some naive people. They weren't eliminated by heaven and earth. With their appearance, there was no doubt that this ruthless world had a little more color. Uncle, who is Yu? How do you know Yu? Because when you fainted, I heard you calling Yu, senior sister Yu, and grandpa. So that's how it is. Did I call Tian Lioli? I don't think I heard that name. Looks like Li Xiaoyao's life is finally over. Lin Ling accompanied the girl to eat grilled fish. His eyes were also looking at the sky. At this moment, he thought of Yu and the others. He didn't know where Yu and the others were and how they were doing. Let's go. Lin Ling finally spoke to the girl after living by the Omphalos for a while. Okay, let's go on an adventure. During this time, Xiao Bai and I are sick of each other. But uncle, you won't chase us away this time, right? No, this time I'll protect you. Lin Ling finally set foot on his journey once again. Now, he needed to know where he was so that he could follow the map to find the sword demon's location. After walking for a few days, they encountered many powerful demons along the way. But now that Lin Ling's cultivation level had increased, he could easily deal with those demons. On this day, a human voice finally came from the front. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then, he quietly spread out his soul power and found that there were two groups of people facing each other. Lin Ling knew these two groups of people. They were the Light Golden Dragon and the Saint Ancestor. On the Light Golden Dragon's side, there was Xiao Air, Giant Shadow, and Luotian. Looking at the primogenitor's side, there were a few more experts who had opened the passage together with him when he entered the Ji Air Ox cave last time. The two sides were in a state of mutual hostility, and an oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the air. Radiant Golden Dragon, hand over that cauldron. After a short moment of silence, a man said coldly. His name was Celestial Emperor Jin Mang. He was one of the people who had opened the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc and lit up 5 stars. He was very strong, but he wasn't as strong as the Radiant Golden Dragon. He dared to be so arrogant because he had a sacred ancestor by his side. Ancestor? Most importantly, he could see that the Radiant Golden Dragon was injured. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my brother? A young man beside Xiao shouted angrily. However, just as his words left his mouth, Emperor God Golden Python sneered and extended his right hand. A huge python shot out and instantly coiled around the young man. After that, the young man was smashed to the ground. Emperor God Golden Python, you are ruthless enough. We fought against the stone god and finally obtained this mysterious cauldron. You guys did nothing and actually dared to snatch my treasure. The Radiant Golden Dragon finally spoke. His voice was cold. When they were wandering around the sacred mountain, they unintentionally barged into a god's cave. This cave had a powerful boundary god array. However, there was a treasure in the cave, so they took the risk and rushed into the array. In the end, they obtained the cauldron. As the price, the radiant golden dragon was heavily injured. The others were more or less injured as well. However, not only did they not complain, they were also very happy. Because they all knew that to be able to obtain the cauldron, everything was worth it. However, who knew that before the cauldron even warmed up, they met the primogenitor and the others. Then the scene in front of them happened. However, the radiant golden dragon and the others guessed that the primogenitor and the others had already discovered the cave. It was just that they didn't dare to risk their lives and let the radiant golden dragon and the others be scapegoats. The few of us have always been ruthless. Now, not only do you want to leave behind the cauldron, you also want to leave behind all the treasures on you. At this moment, the gentlemanly primogenitor said with a smile, "You've gone too far." Hearing this, Xianxia and the others were furious. Not only did they snatch the cauldron, they also wanted to snatch all their treasures. One had to know that they had entered the sacred mountain a year ago, so they had obtained a lot of treasures. However, they had also spent a lot of effort, but in the end, it was these bastards who had benefited. I like to bully you guys. So what? Now, are you going to hand it over or not? The primogenitor sneered and said casually. Ever since he witnessed the great battle of the sacred mountain, he knew how weak he was. So now, he couldn't wait to obtain more treasures to increase his strength. This sacred mountain seemed to be a god's graveyard. Not only did it have the corpses of fallen gods, but it also had a lot of treasures. Moreover, many of these treasures came from the ancient era, which was even older than the era of gods. Give it to them. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon shouted coldly and then threw out the treasures on his body like rings and other items. Brother! The others were unwilling to accept this. Here! The radiant golden dragon nodded heavily at them. This was because he had done this many times before. In a situation where he was weaker than others, reasoning was useless, and being unwilling to accept this was even more useless. Damn it! Seeing the radiant golden dragon nod, Xianxia and the others cursed and threw all their treasures on the ground. Then, the radiant golden dragon took a step forward and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, did I say I would let you guys go? However, just as he turned around, the primogenitor's voice floated out again. Primogenitor, the radiant golden dragon and the others' faces instantly turned hideous. They had already handed over their treasures, but the primogenitor was still unwilling to let them go. This was too much. This was the first time he, who had the supreme bloodline of the dragon race, had suffered such humiliation. Primogenitor, you are too arrogant. You said that you would let us go if we handed over our treasures. Now we have handed over our treasures, but you want to kill us to silence us. Xianxia and Luotian also cursed loudly. Haha, did I say I would let you guys go? Hearing this, the primogenitor laughed loudly. His laughter was very heroic and carefree, as if he was mocking the radiant golden dragon and the others for being idiots. This was because the radiant golden dragon and the others were injured. This was a rare opportunity to kill them, and the primogenitor naturally would not miss it. You really didn't say that. At least, we didn't hear it. That's right. Emperor God Golden Python and the others beside the primogenitor all laughed coldly. You guys have guts. The dragon race will not live under the same sky as you. The radiant golden dragon almost fainted from anger. These people were shameless and heartless. Chapter 44:35. Got it? Emperor God Gene Python and the others smiled evilly and walked out slowly. However, just as they took a step forward, Emperor God Gene Mang stopped them. A black longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was in the shape of a snake and there were patterns of python skin on the surface. He said indifferently, all of you don't have to do anything. Let me do it. I want the corpse of the radiant golden dragon. He obviously had his eyes on the corpses of the dragon clan. If he could refine them, his power would definitely increase greatly. The others were envious. However, Emperor God Jin Python smiled and said, "Don't worry. Other than the bright golden dragon, the rest of the corpses belong to you." Xiao Heir and the others were one of the supreme bloodlines of the dragon clan. Naturally, their bodies were treasures too. This also made those people laugh hi-hey, extremely excited. As for Sheng Dai ancestor, he smiled too. He had obtained the divine cauldron and he would leave the dragon corpse to Emperor God Jin Python. Sizzle! Just then, the long sword in Emperor God Jin Python's hand vibrated, causing the void to tremble. The sword, which was originally as thick as an arm, seemed to have come alive and turned into a huge black-scaled python. Shen Dun's soul-slaying sword was a 10th grade innate divine weapon that Emperor God Jin Python obtained from Sacred Mountain. When he obtained it, he was happy for 3 days because the sword was compatible with him. It was a match made in heaven. The first time this sword drank blood was dragon blood. You should be satisfied. Emperor God Jin Python sneered. He shook his arm and the black-scaled python sword pounced towards the bright golden dragon and the others, sealing them on the ground. Damn it! The bright golden dragon unleashed his divine vitality and spat out a mouthful of blood. Emperor God Jin Python was usually weaker than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he injured his dragon tendons, he wouldn't have been killed by this trash. Now, they could only watch as they died and the dragon corpse was obtained by Emperor God Jin Python. Hee, a snake with a snake sword. Let's see how you block it. Emperor God Jin Python's aura fluctuated. He obviously knew how powerful the bright golden dragon was. Hence, he unleashed all of his power. He was confident that under this sword, not only would Xiao Heir and the others die, even the bright golden dragon would be killed instantly. This was a fatal sword. However, just as this sure-kill strike was about to kill the golden dragon of light and the others, a blood-red light arrived. Incomparably dazzling. With a clang, the seemingly pliable black-scale python sword emitted a crisp sound. It was actually forcefully broken, and then shattered into pieces that fell to the ground. Moreover, the bloody light did not stop. It flashed through the air, and other than the other 3 people were also beheaded by the sword. When the head fell off, a power that seemed to have come from the underworld sucked the corpse into it. Inside the corpse was a surging sea of blood. However, although it looked like a sea of blood, it was actually a sword, a blood-red greatsword. This sword was brimming with murderous intent, capable of slaying Buddha and slaying gods. Such a sword caused the primogenitor's eyes to narrow. What a sharp sword! As for the radiant golden dragon and the others, their bodies trembled. Then they laughed excitedly. Their hearts, which were originally filled with despair, now saw the hope of survival. Moreover, they were very clear who had slashed out the sword. It was Lin Ling. What they did not expect was that Lin Ling had also entered the sacred mountain. A year ago, they thought that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had left the Ear Ox Cave. Lin Ling, it's really you. Yes. As for the primogenitor and Emperor God Golden Python, their faces were cold. They had also guessed who had come. In the distance, the blue-robed youth walked over slowly with a white tiger and a sword in his hand. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're some bullshit Lei Gong. You broke my Shen Dun soul-slaying sword and killed me and the primogenitor's people. Do you know how the word death is written? Yes. Emperor God Golden Python lowered his head and said, compared to the people who had died, he was more concerned about the Shen Dun soul-slaying sword because he had just obtained it not long ago. In fact, he had not unleashed its full power. He had wanted to slowly refine it after leaving the sacred mountain. Who knew that Lin Ling would cut off his dreams? Kneel down and destroy your own Dantian. Then, on account of the fact that you're one of the 9 prefectures Void's 4 great gods, we'll spare your life. After that, Emperor God Golden Python said again, we haven't seen each other for a year and you've become more daring. I remember when we were fighting for the Great Tao Cloud Pattern Disc and the Sacred Mountain Bell, you didn't even dare to fart. In the distance, Lin Ling's voice sounded with a tinge of coldness. Haha. Speaking of this, God Emperor Jin Mang laughed. Even the primogenitor and the surviving person laughed. Their laughter was wanton and carried a hint of mockery. Then, Emperor God Golden Python and the surviving god looked at each other and said proudly, "That's for sure. With the primogenitor here, everything will be enough." He was a god hidden in the 9 prefectures void. Now, he was flattering the primogenite. It could be seen how confident he was. Of course, this flattery made the primogenitor very happy. He said faintly, "Emperor God Golden Python is right. I'm here for everything." If it had been at the sacred mountain, he would have been afraid of Lin Ling. However, in the past year, he had entered the sacred mountain and plundered treasures everywhere. Now, his strength had increased tremendously. According to his estimation, if it had been Lin Ling a year ago, he was confident that he could defeat him. Although Lin Ling had defeated the young patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and used a terrifying move against the Glazed Empress, killing 3 deities in an instant, he was still a powerful being. But to him, that move was just SOSO. A year ago, your name shook the world. You were known as one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void. It's a pity that you don't know that the 9 prefectures void is much older than you think. The so-called 4 great gods are nothing more than a plaque to the outside world. The real gods are slowly coming to the surface. My origin is not something you can know. However, if I kill you, my sect will pay more attention to me. Moreover, my name will shake the 9 prefectures void and become a supreme figure of the era. Haha. The primogenitor's long hair fluttered, and his robe danced wildly. Above his head, a terrifying starry whirlpool was churning, distorting the surrounding scenery. However, Lin Ling walked over and walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. He naturally knew the strength of the primogenitor. The primogenitor was a mid-stage lower god. However, this primogenitor was so confident that he must have benefited greatly from the trip to the sacred mountain. However, Lin Ling didn't return empty-handed. At the very least, he had obtained an endless amount of divine spring. Moreover, he had absorbed it all into his body, greatly increasing his cultivation. "Are you all right?" Lin Ling asked as he walked towards the radiant golden dragon and the others. Chapter 44-36. "It's fine." Radiant golden dragon and the others nodded with a smile. They were indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of them several times. Radiant golden dragon pondered for a moment and said, "Oh right, our dragon god is here too." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't expect there to be more experts than he expected. "Lin Ling, I originally thought that you had already left the divine mountain. I was even thinking of going to the void of the 9 states to look for you in the future. Who would have thought that you would still enter the divine mountain in the end and even run into me? I have to say that my luck is really good. However, I am a magnanimous person. If you kneel down and give up your dantian, I can spare your life." Saint Generation Primogenitor said, and a bamboo brush appeared in his hand. This was his confidence. This brush was obtained from Celestial Mountain and was an existence that surpassed innate divine weapons. It was a chaos treasure. "Did you hear that?" Lin Ling kneeled down. God Emperor Jin Mang shouted at them. One had to admit that he was a good lackey. They obviously knew the origin of Saint Generation Primogenitor and his current strength. Hence, they were willing to bow down to him. "Shut up." At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around and looked at God Emperor Jin Mang and the others. His eyes flashed. He swung his arm and the sword light was as red as blood. Put on. 2 heads fell to the ground and their eyes were wide open. In the end, they were sucked into the blood sea. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to attack. Moreover, he killed them with a single strike. One had to know that God Emperor Jin Mang was a mid-stage lower deity. If they knew this would happen, they would have hidden behind Saint Generation Primogenitor. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. What a bunch of useless trash. Saint Generation Primogenitor, you don't have a problem with me killing them, right? Lin Ling looked at Saint Generation Primogenitor and said. Saint Generation Primogenitor still had a smile on his face, but in truth, he was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Lin Ling didn't use his full strength and only used the fusion of fire and lightning. However, it was so easy for him to kill mid-stage lower deities. He was angry because Lin Ling was in front of him. Killing Emperor God Jin Mang was the same as challenging his dignity. It doesn't matter. They were merely my assistants. Now that they're dead, all the treasures belong to me. That's why I should thank you. Of course, if you're willing to hand over your treasures, including that sword, I'll be even more grateful. After all, Xianxia isn't the same as a year ago. There are many people who can kill you. Dying at the hands of others is a waste of time. Then the primogenitor shrugged. If you die in my hands... Really? Lin Ling nodded. Then I'll give you a chance. If you can hand over the treasures on your body and cripple your own dantian, I'll spare your life. Do you really think it's a year ago? The sacred generation primogenitor waved his right hand, and the green bamboo brush appeared. He lightly waved it in the air. Rumble. In the sky, countless stars appeared and circled around continuously. It was as if the void of the 9 continents had been written by him. Then, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the endless stars turned into a vortex and shrouded the earth. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic ancient character. Bang! The terrifying divine energy had reached 20,000 steps, and the radiant golden dragon and the others were all slammed to the ground. Their expressions changed greatly. 20,000 divine energy. If he remembered correctly, when Lin Ling fought Luli Empress had joined forces with 3 other gods and released 18,000 steps of divine energy. At that time, Lin Ling could only use a powerful move to resist. But now, the divine energy had exceeded 18,000 steps of divine energy. The sacred generation primogenitor is so much stronger than a year ago. The radiant golden dragon said in shock. This also meant that even if Lin Ling used a powerful move, he might not be able to block the sacred generation primogenitor's brush. The sacred generation primogenitor was indeed the brush god. This is the 4 saint brushes, left behind by the chrysanthemum, orchid, bamboo, and lotus saints. These 4 saints were extremely famous during the era of gods. The sacred generation primogenitor's voice floated out, bringing with it the might of a saint. His words also caused the radiant golden dragon and the others' expressions to change again. They saw that the sacred generation primogenitor's green bamboo brush had actually appeared in the sacred generation primogenitor's green bamboo brush. Not only that, this brush also has the power of the steps of God. But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke faintly and began the 3rd stage of talent fusion. What? Hearing this, the radiant golden dragon and the others were shocked again. 20,000 steps of divine energy was one thing, but it also had the steps of God. One must know that this kind of power was even stronger than divine energy. During the era of gods, many gods did not have this kind of power. It's over, Lin Ling's strongest strike. I'm afraid we won't be able to block it. Xiao Er immediately cried out. Of course, Lin Ling, let me break that move of yours. The sacred generation primogenitor said confidently. He was very clear that Lin Ling could only make him afraid of that strike. If not, Lin Ling would only be so weak. Against you, I don't need that move. At this time, Lin Ling finally moved, and the tyrannical song in his hand fiercely slashed out. At the same time, the gray robe also appeared. Hehe, you're courting death. Seeing this, the sacred generation primogenitor sneered. Can't you see that the steps of God of my 4 saint brushes is the power of sealing? Moreover, it seals the power of the physical body. Your physical body is very strong, but without it, your strength will be reduced by half. You're not the only one who knows how to seal. At this time, Lin Ling activated the steps of wisdom. Cardinal Great Brahma punishment art. In an instant, all the sealing power on Lin Ling's body disappeared, and instead, the 4 saint brushes were sealed. How is this possible? During the battle on the sacred mountain, Lin Ling did not use the steps of wisdom, so the sacred generation primogenitor's estimation was wrong. Moreover, compared to the steps of God brought by the 4 saint brushes, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom was much more terrifying. This was because Lin Ling's soul power had reached 120,000 steps. I still have 20,000 divine power. This is not something you can block. The sacred generation primogenitor roared again. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the blood sea/arrived, and the swastika that was mixed with countless stars was cut in half. You've broken through. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor sensed something and roared loudly. Lin Ling's third stage fusion was already terrifying, and now that he had broken through, how could the sacred generation primogenitor block this? A year ago, when Lin Ling was an early stage lower god, he was already stronger than the sacred generation primogenitor. Now that his realm had increased, even if the sacred generation primogenitor had obtained a treasure, he could not block Lin Ling's sword. This was because Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and after breaking through, his basic divine power had reached 10,000 strands. As for the third stage fusion, his divine power had reached 30,000 strands. Chapter 44-37. After all, Lin Ling alone was comparable to the attack of 7 mid-stage lower gods. The only regret was that this breakthrough did not increase his physical strength. After all, a breakthrough in Cultivation realm would increase his divine energy and divine energy. I don't know how much you have improved in the Celestial Mountain, but compared to me, you are still too weak. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and slashed out again. The power of the steps of slaughter merged into it. The Saint Progenitor blocked the attack with his sword. Kacha. However, the 4 saints' divine brush was also cut in half. Impossible! Looking at the 4 saints' divine brush that was cut in half, the Saint Progenitor's eyes trembled. This was a treasure from the era of gods. It is a waste for such a treasure to fall into your hands. Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed at the Saint Progenitor. The terrifying murderous aura caused the latter to tremble. A year ago, Lin Ling displayed his prowess in the Celestial Mountain. Other than the gods closest to the Celestial Mountain, no one was his match. A year later, everyone entered the Celestial Mountain and their strength increased greatly. Lin Ling disappeared, but when he reappeared, his strength had more than doubled. The funny thing was that the Saint Progenitor thought that he had surpassed Lin Ling. Wait, I am from the White Mountain. With his life at stake, the Saint Progenitor could not care less. White Mountain. Lin Ling's sword stopped. He knew that after the investiture of the gods, some hidden sects in the void of the 9 continents began to surface, such as the Dragon Race and the Immortal Spirit Nation. However, this was the first time he heard of White Mountain. White Mountain is from the Chaos Realm. The Saint Progenitor shouted again. When he saw Lin Ling frowning, he explained, the Chaos Realm is not a realm, but an era. As for White Mountain, he, Burning Heart, and Burning Heart all came from burning. Before he could finish, his body suddenly trembled. His face twisted as he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge white character was pressing down. The divine aura was mixed with terrifying pressure as if it could kill all gods. Then, under Lin Ling's gaze, the primogenitor was crushed into powder. Then, everything disappeared as if it had never appeared. Even the sacred generation primogenitor's body and soul were nowhere to be seen. The radiant golden dragon and the others were dumbstruck. Even though they weren't that far away from the sacred generation primogenitor, they weren't affected in the slightest. What kind of power was this? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in shock, thinking that it was Lin Ling who made a move. It's not me. Someone is trying to silence me. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the sky. Baishan. The primal chaos realm, an era. What did this mean? In order to hide such a secret, he actually killed someone to silence them? It wasn't you. The radiant golden dragon and the others were shocked once again. They suddenly felt the pressure increase. This hidden expert might not be too terrifying. If he came to kill them, they would all die. Don't worry. That person isn't here. I think it's not a person, but a kind of will, a kind of void energy. As if he had guessed the radiant golden dragon and the others' fear, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's good. The radiant golden dragon and the others stood up, relieved. Then they looked at Lin Ling and their expressions became interesting again. Lin Ling, you actually broke through. You're sick? Not long ago, your strength was on par with mine. Now you're one of the 4 great gods. I haven't even surpassed you, but your strength has increased again. Comparisons are odious. Xiao Air and the others said helplessly. Even the giant shadow, a god from the era of gods, was speechless at this moment. He suspected that Lin Ling was a god from the era of gods. After all, they all knew that after becoming a god, it was the hardest to increase one's realm. Some people couldn't cross it in their entire lives. For example, the giant shadow was a late-stage lower god in the era of gods. However, he couldn't cross that barrier even until his death. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Then he asked, "Where is this place? What's so special about the annex?" "We don't know either. However, speaking of the annex, there's a huge ancient tablet in the east. It's so tall that it reaches the clouds. There are two big words on it, East Memorial." The radiant golden dragon said immediately. East Memorial. Lin Ling recalled for a moment and smiled. According to the map left by St. Guy, the treasure that Lin Ling needed was in West Memorial. This meant that if he followed the other direction of the ancient tablet, he would be able to reach West Memorial. Right, what's an East Memorial? Then, Lin Ling asked again, "Have you seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall?" There's nothing in East Memorial. Although there are a few cave dwellings, most of them are abandoned. Other than the bones on the ground, there are only bones. Luoshan said immediately, "I haven't seen the people from the Lei Gong Hall. Instead, I saw Eugene and the others. They are also in East Memorial. However, Eugene and Titanic Crescent God have separated. It seems that Titanic Crescent God and the others have gone to other places." Xiao Er said. Lin Ling nodded and picked up the treasures on the ground. Although he gave them to the radiant golden dragon and the others, including the One Dao cauldron, he still didn't give them to them. "That's not good." The radiant golden dragon immediately waved his hand. "You saved us. These treasures should belong to you. We all know this. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. No amount of treasures would be of any use. Although we once had a grudge, we can be considered to have walked through 72 caves together. Therefore, you can take it. Otherwise, you won't treat us as friends." Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Er and the others were a little embarrassed. In the past, they hated Lin Ling to death. However, after interacting with him, they felt that Lin Ling wasn't difficult to interact with. As long as you didn't provoke him, he was still very easy to talk to. "All right, I recognize you as a friend." The radiant golden dragon immediately laughed. He was the same. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before, but his face was full of disdain. He also wanted to defeat Lin Ling. However, after interacting with him, this thought disappeared. Firstly, Lin Ling was a good person. Secondly, he couldn't beat Lin Ling. "Where are you going next?" Luoshan asked. "West Memorial." Lin Ling didn't hide anything. This was because the graveyard of the gods was very dangerous. It was good to have a few more helpers. His purpose in going to West Memorial, other than obtaining the sword demon's head, was to find the next host body of the world will. According to St. Guiyi's records, the information about the host body of the world will was in West Memorial. Then, everyone moved forward together. Lin Ling accompanied the girl from time to time. At the same time, he was thinking about the primal chaos realm. Where did this come from? Could it also belong to the spirit nation? Chapter 44:38. And now, the secret of the chaos realm could not be exposed. Therefore, the primogenitor from before had become cannon fodder. "Little White, don't run around. Uncle, let's stop and eat grilled fish. We've been walking for a long time." As the group walked, the girl spoke from time to time. At the mention of grilled fish, the white tiger that was running around also ran back. It looked at Lin Ling with its mouth wide open, saliva dripping from its mouth. This strange combination undoubtedly opened the eyes of the light golden dragon and the others. It was a miracle that such a guy could survive until now and enter the celestial mountain. "You guys just ate grilled fish 2 hours ago." Lin Ling slapped his forehead helplessly. If he had known, he would not have grilled fish for them. They were already addicted to it. 2 hours ago? Why do I feel like it's been a few days? The girl was obviously pretending to be confused. Just like that, the group continued on their way. However, with the girl and the white tiger, the journey was not so boring. Of course, the graveyard of the gods was also very scary. Many times, Lin Ling sensed fatal danger, so he could only lead the group to take a detour in advance. This was because the divine beasts that appeared here were all very scary. Not only were they powerful, but they also had hidden moves that could kill gods in one blow. Just like the realm scorpion last time. Along the way, what surprised Lin Ling was that he did not meet anyone. The surroundings were desolate and very quiet. "We're here." Not long after, a huge stone tablet finally appeared in front of them. It towered into the clouds, mottled and ancient, with the words, "West Memorial," engraved on it. "We're finally here." Lin Ling stopped and smiled. Memories appeared in his mind. Then he said to the group, "This way." In the map left behind by St. Guy, many treasures in the graveyard of the gods were recorded. However, Lin Ling was now in West Memorial, so he knew that there was a good treasure not far from the ancient tablet. It was the divine bamboo spring. The divine bamboo spring could produce divine spring, so as long as it was not taken away by others, there must be a lot of divine spring after so many years. "Lin Ling, is there any treasure?" Looking at Lin Ling's expression, the radiant golden dragon was filled with anticipation. "That's right, there should be a lot of divine springs." "That's great. As long as I have this divine spring, my injuries will be mostly healed." Everyone was overjoyed and quickened their pace. "Uncle, we've been walking for a long time. Sit down and eat grilled fish." An untimely voice drifted out from the girl's face mask.
What?
The white tiger also nodded. Scram. This time, everyone cursed at the same time. Damn it, it took her an hour to finish eating. Moreover, she had eaten for a full 6 hours, and this young girl still had the nerve to say that she had been gone for a long time. How much did she like to eat grilled fish? And that white tiger too. As the group rushed forward, they realized that the West Memorial Hall was completely different from the East Memorial Hall. The ground was filled with lonely tombstones. There were tattered flags and broken armors on the tombstones. The main reason was that there were too many tombstones. At a glance, there was no end to them. Is this a graveyard? What kind of people are buried here? Xiao frowned and said. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of loss when he came to this chaotic graveyard. The deities of the past. Lin Ling also nodded. He knew that under these tombstones, there were countless powerful deities from ancient times. However, in the great battle with the world's will, they had all fallen. Even if they were deities, after they fell, they became a pile of yellow soil. Their former glory and glory had disappeared with the wind. No one could even remember anything about them, including their names. The great Tao is merciless. The light golden dragon sighed and said. He knew that if he fell one day, he would be like these deities. No one would remember him as if he had never appeared in this world. Is this delicious? While everyone was sighing, the young girl rode on White Tiger and wanted to dig up a grave. Fuck, Lin Ling, where did you get this little girl from? The huge shadow was tongue-tied. Come back quickly. Lin Ling was also speechless. He ran forward and came back with 2 little monsters. In order to prevent them from causing trouble, he carried one in each hand and ran forward. Uncle, we want to eat grilled fish. However, the young girl did not have the slightest awareness of self-reflection. We're here. After a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. There was a large hole in front of him that was half the size of a person and surrounded by lone graves. Such a large hole was very ordinary. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Even if they saw it, they would not think that there would be any treasures. In fact, the light golden dragon and the others were already looking at Lin Ling, their faces full of suspicion. It's here. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Wait, look. Suddenly, Xiao pointed to the ground and said. When everyone saw it, their faces changed instantly. Not good, this hole is probably filled with human-faced ghost crows. The light golden dragon immediately said. His words made Lin Ling frown and he asked, What's a human-faced ghost crow? Back in East Memorial, we encountered one. It's a terrifying ghost crow. Its strength surpasses that of most mid-level lesser gods, and it has the ability to attack using sound waves. It's very powerful. Our divine energy and other means of attack couldn't stand up to it. Back then, there was only one ghost crow. We only barely managed to drive it away after all of us joined hands. The light golden dragon stared at the ground and said, looking at the footprints at the entrance, I'm afraid there are two of them. Look, those footprints are one big and one small. They are obviously different. Hearing that, Lin Ling quickly looked at the ground and discovered that there were indeed footprints on the ground. What was surprising was that these footprints looked like human footprints, but there were 6 fingers. It is said that human-faced ghost crows are born from the unyielding spirit of a god. They are very difficult to deal with. Now that there are 2 human-faced ghost crows in this hole and it is underground, I'm afraid the divine spring here will not be easy to get. Luotian said, how about this, all of you stay outside the hole and I will go in to check it out. Lin Ling said after pondering for a moment. After all, the human-faced ghost crows were not gods. Having more people might not be of help, but would instead become a burden. Lin Ling would be more at ease if he was alone. If something went wrong, he could escape unscathed. That won't do. How can we let you take the risk alone? Everyone immediately refused. I am going to steal the divine spring. It would be best if I can steal the divine spring without alerting the ghost crows. Even if I am discovered, the more people there are, the slower I will escape. Lin Ling said. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Lin Ling also entered the hole. As soon as he entered, a fishy smell wafted over. It was as if the human-faced ghost crows liked to eat rotten meat. However, Lin Ling also sensed a dense spiritual energy quietly permeating the air. Chapter 44:39. Now, Lin Ling didn't know if it was because of the increase in his strength or the ease with which he used the tyrannical song sword, but every time he used the blood sea, the effect of killing everything was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although Lin Ling had killed Emperor God Golden Python and the others, he wasn't affected by the tyrannical song sword and the blood sea didn't fade away. Luotian and the others have encountered these human-faced ghost crows before. Even if they worked together, they could only chase them away. This means that these beasts are very strong. Now that there are 2 of them here, I have to be careful. The cave went all the way down. Not long after, a huge cave appeared. This cave was very big with a radius of 100 miles, and it was pitch black. However, this kind of darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. With a glance, he saw a large number of holy springs on the ground. Upon closer inspection, there were probably close to 1,000 of them. Although these holy springs weren't as many as the ones he saw when he broke through not long ago, it was still a huge sum. Then, Lin Ling immediately wanted to collect the holy springs. However, he stopped because he didn't see the 2 human-faced ghost crows. In order to avoid being attacked, he decided to find the human-faced ghost crows first. However, as he continued to move forward, it was still quiet. I heard from the radiant golden dragon that these human-faced ghost crows are the most violent. Are they still violent now? Or did they not notice me? Lin Ling was puzzled and continued to move forward. However, it was still quiet. This made Lin Ling almost want to go back and collect the holy springs. However, at this time, a strange sound was heard. Then, Lin Ling saw a large group of black shadows in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was 3 human-faced ghost crows. Moreover, the 3 human-faced ghost crows were entangled together and making some sounds of joy. It was a joyful sound. What are they doing? Lin Ling frowned. Then, his face turned red. He knew what they were doing. It turned out that they were doing something improper. Moreover, he didn't know whether the 3 human-faced ghost crows were male or female. The 3 of them were actually doing it together, as expected of evil. Of course, this was also an opportunity for Lin Ling. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The 3rd stage of talent fusion, he slashed out fiercely. While you're sick, I'll take your life. At that moment, the 3 human-faced ghost crows were crying out happily as they intertwined with each other. At that moment, Blood Sea's sword came slashing over with a sharp edge. Boom! The human-faced ghost crow in the middle was immediately split into 2. All right. Lin Ling was also overjoyed. In this way, the pressure he faced was also reduced by a bit. Lu 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 lu. The remaining two human-faced ghost crows glared at Lin Ling furiously. They pointed their wings at Lin Ling as if they were two old men cursing Lin Ling. Lin Ling even saw strange things sticking out of their crotches. Lulu my ass. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting off the strange object of one of the human-faced ghost crows. Gua gua gua. The human-faced ghost crow let out an angry cry and actually pounced towards Lin Ling. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 500,000 worlds in a breath. This speed was beyond Lin Ling's imagination, because this speed was the same as White Tiger. If Lin Ling had not broken through and not fused with his third stage talent, he would not have been able to dodge it. Lin Ling's speed after breaking through was 400,000 worlds. After fusing with his third stage talent, it was 500,000 worlds. Lin Ling instantly disappeared. At the same time, a claw swept across the ground, bringing with it close to 20,000 units of divine power. No wonder the light golden dragon and the others attacked together. This human-faced ghost crow's attack was already comparable to a Saint generation primogenitors. Die for me. After dodging, Lin Ling immediately slashed out. However, at that moment, a sound wave came from behind, causing Lin Ling to feel dizzy. Illusions also appeared in his eyes. It was actually a large number of strange human-faced ghost crows. Moreover, they were riding each other and doing some indecent actions. Seduction? But why were there not humans but human-faced ghost crows? Could it be that the human-faced ghost crows thought that these illusions could attract Lin Ling? That Lin Ling was not affected at all. Moreover, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. The human-faced ghost crow in front of him could not react in time and was struck. However, its feathers were incomparably tough. When the tyrant song sword landed on it, it only produced a few golden stars. It was unable to cut through it all. And the human-faced ghost crow slowly turned around. Its ugly head revealed a smiling face. It was clearly mocking Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying, with your strength, you can't hurt me at all. Shio. But at this moment, Lin Ling's hand sword ruthlessly stabbed in. I don't believe that your place is also so tough. The human-faced ghost crow was still laughing. However, it quickly lowered its head and discovered that the place where Lin Ling had cut off before was now pierced by a sword. And between its legs, there were not many tough feathers. Of course, it did not expect that Lin Ling would attack it here. What? It let out a sound of disbelief. Lin Ling's sword twisted and crushed it from within its body. The pitch-black feathers scattered all over the ground. It looked like an extremely extraordinary treasure. Of course, Lin Ling found it dirty and did not want it in the end. What? At this moment, the last human-faced ghost crow's attack arrived. Moreover, it saw that its two companions were dead, so it was enraged. Then, an extremely terrifying sound wave attack arrived. In Lin Ling's eyes, countless rays of light appeared. The entire world seemed to have disappeared, and only countless shooting stars could be seen. These shooting stars had a mystical trajectory, as if they were traversing through the river of time and space. Lin Ling was stunned. And when Lin Ling looked carefully, he realized that the shooting stars were actually human-faced ghost crows. Their flight had a mysterious melody that made one's eyes dazzle and lose themselves in it. Speed, speed, the speed of light of the great Tao. A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. However, he also knew that he could not lose himself in this speed. Otherwise, he would be killed by the last human-faced ghost crow. Step of wisdom. Lin Ling roared and his soul force exploded, shattering the meteors like they were made of glass. As soon as the illusion disappeared, Lin Ling looked up and immediately saw a human-faced ghost crow standing in front of him. It was looking down at him proudly, and its two claws were already in a slashing position. Obviously, it also knew that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt it at all. The death of its companions was just an accident. And now, this human had nowhere to run. He was dead for sure. Sky-splitting slash. At this critical moment, Lin Ling used his trump card. Pangu had arrived. He raised his palm high, as if he was going to split the sky and the earth. His seemingly slow movement was accompanied by the most ancient melody. It locked onto the human-faced ghost crow, causing all of its feathers to stand up. How would it dare to attack Lin Ling? It could not wait to escape. However, Sky-Splitting Slash had already locked onto it, so it could not escape. Rumble. Chapter 4440. Boom. The huge human-faced ghost crow exploded. Its feathers and smelly blood splattered all over the ground. The entire cave seemed to have collapsed. Rocks kept falling down, and a large number of bones fell down. It was the ancient tomb above the cave. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed and quickly left the cave. His body was stained with the blood of the ghost crows, which made him extremely depressed. Soon he arrived at the cave from before. Then he quickly collected the divine spring. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he immediately left the cave. As soon as he left, the cave continued to collapse. However, Lin Ling had already collected the divine spring. He sped up and finally rushed out of the cave. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling encountered the human-faced ghost crows? Should we go and help him? Look, the ground behind the cave has completely caved in. I'm most afraid that we won't be able to help and will instead become Lin Ling's burden. You have to know that we're all seriously injured now. The bright golden dragon and the others discussed animatedly, their faces filled with anxiety. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling finally rushed out. When they saw Lin Ling covered in blood, they became even more anxious. Lin Ling, you're injured. Are you all right? Let's leave here first. We'll talk later. Did those human-faced ghost crows chase us out? Let's go. They didn't think too much and quickly left. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, Lin Ling finally stopped and changed into clean clothes. When they saw Lin Ling stop, the bright golden dragon and the others looked behind them in fear. They were deeply afraid that the human-faced ghost crows would chase after them. However, after a moment of silence, they finally let out a light sigh of relief. Lin Ling, did you kill those 2 human-faced ghost crows? Xiao Er immediately asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Lin Ling was still changing into clean clothes. At the same time, he smiled and shook his head. Xiao Er, are you an idiot? That's 2 human-faced ghost crows. How could they be killed? We're already very lucky to be able to escape. The radiant golden dragon immediately reprimanded. Then he comforted Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, don't worry. The divine mountain should have a lot of divine springs. We don't need the divine spring from before. Not bad. The others echoed his sentiments. Actually, there are more than 2 human-faced ghost crows in the cave. There are 3 of them. At this time, Lin Ling finished changing and finally raised his head to look at the crowd. 3. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly rejoiced for Lin Ling. After all, 1 human-faced ghost crow was enough to give them a hard time. Now, there were 3 of them. Lin Ling was lucky to be able to escape. However, even though we escaped, those beasts are the most vengeful. I'm afraid they're still chasing after us. Let's leave immediately. Then, the radiant golden dragon said with lingering fear. 3 human-faced ghost crows. Just the thought of it was troublesome. They won't come out anymore. At this time, Lin Ling said with a smile. But everyone frowned. Lin Ling smiled again and said calmly, because I killed them all. Silence. The surroundings suddenly became eerily quiet. The radiant golden dragon and the others looked at Lin Ling in shock. There were 3 human-faced ghost crows, and Lin Ling had killed them all by himself? Oh my god. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't use his full strength when he defeated the primogenitor? If they didn't know Lin Ling's character, they would have thought that Lin Ling was lying. Alright, I just had some enlightenment. So, I need to comprehend it. How about you protect me? 1 day should be enough. At this time, Lin Ling said again. He recalled the illusion that the human-faced ghost crows had left for him. Those light meteors. This was because he had a feeling that if he didn't comprehend it soon, that feeling would disappear. Alright, we need to heal ourselves too. Everyone nodded immediately. Lin Ling took out a large amount of divine spring water and handed it to the radiant golden dragon and the others. Then he sat down cross-legged. The illusion that was left in his mind also appeared quietly at this time. Lin Ling was constantly observing it. However, these illusions were like a painting, disappearing at lightning speed. Therefore, Lin Ling had to comprehend some of the great Tao of light before it disappeared. 9 crows in the sky, chase the sun and die. An ancient voice rang out quietly. After the creation of heaven and earth, there were 9 crows in heaven and earth. They loved to chase the sun and were eventually burned to death by the sun. The sun seemed to be hanging in the sky, but it was very far away. Therefore, the 9 crows not only had to have strong resistance to fire, but they also had to have incredible speed. This speed was what Lin Ling was trying to comprehend. Of course, there wasn't much time left for him because the illusion was also disappearing quickly. While Lin Ling was comprehending, the radiant golden dragon and the others were also recovering with the help of the divine spring water. The hole in the ground is very conspicuous in the silent graveyard. I'm afraid someone will come. Yeah, we haven't recovered from our injuries yet. If some strong person comes, we'll be in trouble. How can there be such a coincidence? We'd better protect Lin Ling. Everyone was whispering to each other. However, at this time, God Luo exclaimed, "Oh no, that idiotic tiger and one-track-minded girl is missing." What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked around and didn't see that strange combination. The girl was obviously close to Lin Ling. If she was lost, they didn't know how to explain it to Lin Ling. That detestable girl. She's a troublemaker. She's been making us worry all this time. Stop complaining. Find her immediately. God Luo and the others stood up and wanted to search for her. However, voices came from afar. "Brat, where is that Lei Gong from last time? Tell me immediately." "I won't tell you. I won't betray him unless I'm dead. Stop dreaming." Then they saw a girl riding a white tiger. She was running towards God Luo and the others. Behind the white tiger, a large number of demons were chasing after her. The one leading them was the young master of the ox demon tribe. Everyone was speechless. She wouldn't betray Lin Ling unless she was dead. Now that she was running towards them, wouldn't Lin Ling be exposed? She was indeed a one-track-minded girl. "Young master, that's Lin Ling." Indeed, a demon with the head of a wild boar shouted excitedly. "Ha, it's really Lin Ling. It's really Lin Ling. Moreover, he seems to be breaking through. Even the heavens are helping me." The young master of the ox demon tribe looked around. When he saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged on the ground, he immediately laughed excitedly. "What a cunning scoundrel. He actually used tricks to get the secret out of me." Chapter 44-41. It's you guys. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Scram. The young patriarch ignored the young lady and stared at the radiant golden dragon and the others. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon and the others became even more solemn. With their heavy injuries, they could not stop the young patriarch. In fact, the young patriarch at his peak was probably stronger than the radiant golden dragon by a notch. Those who could defeat him back then, other than Lin Ling, probably not even the primogenitor and the others. We just killed a primogenitor, and now a young patriarch has appeared. Scram. The radiant golden dragon cursed inwardly. These people were the experts closest to the sacred mountain a year ago, second only to the gods. Young patriarch, this Lei Gong is indeed breaking through. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some demons stared at Yihan and licked their lips crazily. "Kaka, this is great. Lei Gong is at his weakest after breaking through. This is our chance." The boar-headed demon also laughed loudly. "Hee hee, do I need to sneak attack Lei Gong like this? What a joke. Although he defeated me last time, my strength has been greatly enhanced thanks to the treasures my father obtained from the Divine Mountain. There are very few mid-stage low gods who can defeat me. Of course, I won't miss such a good opportunity. If I kill Lei Gong, my peerless beauty will like me even more." The young patriarch laughed coldly, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. He had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time. His previous defeat had left him with great humiliation. Today, he wanted to wash away that humiliation with his own hands. Then he walked towards Lin Ling step by step. Young patriarch, kill him, kill him. The demons also let out excited cries. They were so excited that they were already drooling. The worst thing to do when breaking through is to break through. Hee, Lei Gong, your luck is really bad. The young patriarch walked forward step by step. 2 blood-red scimitars appeared in his hands. Ripples spread out from the scimitars. It was actually another rare treasure. Behind him, black fog spread out, and a huge bull demon head appeared. A pair of cold eyes emitted a majestic, baleful aura. It could be seen that his talent had increased by a lot. He had probably reached the mid-stage god level. This was the treasure his father found in the sacred mountain. This was a drop of Kuei's divine blood. Kuei, in the East Sea, there was Mount Liuobua, 7,000 miles into the sea. There was a beast. Kuei. And with the help of this drop of divine blood, the talent of the young chief's divine embryo greatly increased, and he stepped into the ranks of mid-level deities. Die for me. Although Lin Ling seemed to be comprehending, he could feel everything that was happening outside. After all, he was only comprehending speed, not breaking through. He was anxious because the images in his mind were disappearing quickly. Lin Ling did not want to miss this opportunity. If he backed out, his previous efforts would be wasted. Clang. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Golden light shone brightly. The young patriarch's attack was blocked by a pair of golden dragon claws. The one standing in front of Lin Ling was the bright golden dragon. Although he seemed to have blocked the young patriarch's attack, he did not gain any advantage. The dragon scales on his back were broken and fell out. Young patriarch, I know you have a grudge against Lei Gong. But it's not good to sneak attack like this. Why don't you give the dragon race some face and postpone your battle with him? Anyway, you are not afraid of Lei Gong now. It's better to defeat him openly. After blocking the young patriarch's attack, the bright golden dragon said indifferently, Hee, although I want to defeat him openly, I don't have so much time to waste here. The young patriarch raised his head and said disdainfully, Also, what face does the dragon race have? You dragons are just the dragon vein of a small lake. Do you really think you represent the entire dragon race? The dragon race had endless prestige in the void of the 9 continents. But to the Ox Demon clan, they were nothing more than this. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. After that, the young family head snorted coldly as he raised the divine sabers in his hands, suppressing the radiant golden dragon to the point that its entire body trembled. Xiao Air and the others' faces turned black. This young patriarch of the Ox Demon clan was even more difficult to deal with than the saint progenitor. Hee, if we don't kill this Lei Gong, I'm afraid he will stir up trouble in the future. At this time, a large number of deities arrived. These deities had powerful auras. Ordinary people would not recognize them. But the bright golden dragon and the others were chased a year ago. Therefore, they immediately knew where they came from. Immortal Spirit Nation. The one leading them was the great master Ling Bao. They looked at Lin Ling, who was comprehending, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Not good. Xiao Air and the others felt that a great disaster was coming. A young patriarch was already very difficult to deal with. Now that there was an immortal spirit nation, how could they protect Lin Ling? Xiao Air and the others looked at the bright golden dragon. In the end, they did not leave. Instead, they continued to block in front of Lin Ling. They were already indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of them several times. In addition, Lin Ling also treated them as friends. Therefore, they were too embarrassed to run away. If they were to die, they would die together. In any case, if not for Lin Ling's help, they would have died long ago. Now that they were still alive, they had profited. You bunch of trash, are you really going to stop me? Seeing the bright golden dragon and the others blocking his path, the young patriarch's face turned even colder. Forget it. If you want to die, then all of you can die. He suddenly slashed out with his dual sabers. The huge ox demon behind him suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying hurricane. The moment the ox demon appeared, the bright golden dragon and the others trembled. They actually felt the majesty of an ancient great god. Even if they were proud dragons, they felt that they were insignificant at this moment. At this moment, they knew that they were dead for sure. Even if they were not injured, they might not be able to stop the young patriarch. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart froze. He planned to give up everything and withdraw from his state of comprehension. However, at this moment, a huge bone fist came from behind. Rumble. After the two blades collided, an earth-shattering rumbling sound was immediately heard. Everyone looked over and saw a pure white skeleton appear. It was using its terrifying fists to collide with the young patriarch's two blades. However, the skeleton was clearly not a match for it. It was obvious that it could not block it. However, at this moment, another powerful attack came. A demon king that was formed from the fusion of 10,000 demons appeared and swept out with its claws. Chapter 44-42. If you want to kill Lin Ling, you'll have to ask us first. Neat voices floated out at the same time. With the help of several people and the light golden dragon, they finally managed to block the horn-like blades. Even the hurricane spat out by the giant bull demon was barely blocked. Of course, it was just barely. However, at this moment, another expert arrived. A black chain, mixed with the power of the steps of God, swept over violently. And within the chains, there was a huge golden skeleton king roaring. Swoosh! As soon as the chains appeared, the twin sabers finally began to tremble a little. Bang! Boom! Unfortunately, this was not the end. A giant stone tablet came crashing down from the sky, sweeping everything in its path. Crack! Finally, one of the blood-red sabers that looked like a bull's horn was finally broken. Although this saber was only broken by the combined efforts of everyone, it was still enough to shock everyone. This was because this was the young clan leader. A year ago, under the sacred mountain, there was only one existence like the gods. It's them. The demons behind the young clan leader stared at the people who suddenly arrived and exclaimed, "Bang, bang, bang." A group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling. They were Yu Yu Little South, Sister Tsuhua, Emperor God Zhang Gang, and the Giant Ghost. Among them, everyone knew how strong Emperor God Zhang Gang and Giant Ghost were back then because these two experts were the closest to the sacred mountain. Whoever dares to touch our Lei Gong will be killed without mercy, Emperor God Zhang Gang said coldly. He looked around and the faces of the experts from the immortal spirit hegemony nation changed immediately. They knew that these were the people from the Lei Gong Palace. However, when Great Master Numinous Treasure saw the young clan leader, his previous fear disappeared instantly. The young clan leader was determined to kill Lin Ling. With him around, there was no need to fear those two. It's time for the immortal spirit hegemony nation to make a move. After that, Great Master Numinous Treasure led the few remaining divine marshals and walked out step by step. Of the 7 great divine generals of the immortal spirit hegemony nation, only 4 were left. They were all mid-stage lower deities and were very powerful. However, they weren't Lin Ling's match. However, they felt that it wouldn't be difficult for them to face Emperor God Zhang Gang. Is your great Hall Lei Gong really going to act willfully? Just nice, I'll satisfy you and wipe you all out. The great Taoist master of Numinous Treasure said as he walked. There was a sneer on his face, and he could see that the young clan leader did not intend to make the first move. That was because he felt that the game was getting more and more fun. Therefore, he took a step back and let the cave master behind him attack. In that case, you, Great Master Bao, and the other cave masters should attack together. That should be enough to wipe out this group of people. What's going on? There was a rumbling sound here before, and I thought that some treasure had been unearthed. What kind of treasure is there? Other than the tombs nearby, there's nothing else. There are experts fighting, and one of them is actually Lei Gong. Lei Gong? Didn't he leave the ear-holding ox cave? Why is he here? Many people heard the news and came from afar. After landing on the ground, they looked at the scene in front of them in shock. That looks like the bright golden dragon from the Dragon Clan. His strength is monstrous, but he seems to be injured now. The rest of the people are from Lei Gong's Great Hall. And that's indeed Lei Gong. Moreover, he seems to be injured too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting cross-legged and unable to get up. No wonder these experts dared to attack. This is an excellent opportunity. The people who appeared in the distance came from all over the world. There were people from the void of the 9 continents, spirit nations, and many unknown experts. However, there was no doubt that they all had the strength of deities. Seeing that so many deities had appeared, the great Taoist master of numinous treasure sneered. In the void of the 9 continents, people only remembered the Dragon Valley. They didn't know about the immortal spirit hegemony nation. Today, they could use the opportunity to kill Lin Ling to make the immortal spirit hegemony nation famous in the void of the 9 continents. Great Hall Lei Gong, do you still remember our million torrents? Now that they're all dead, the immortal spirit hegemony nation will have to settle this grudge. Thinking of this, the great Taoist master of numinous treasure gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Back then, he had carried the order of the king of the immortal spirit hegemony nation to search for treasures in the Xianxia cave. He had also brought along 1,000,000 steel torrents. Originally, he wanted to make a name for himself. However, who knew that before he could even enter the sacred mountain, his 1,000,000-strong army would be annihilated. This was the greatest loss for the immortal spirit hegemony nation and the great Taoist master of numinous treasure. Humiliation. With just you guys? Since you're all dead, why don't a few more die? At this moment, Emperor God Xianxia smiled faintly. With just you injured soldiers? You must be joking. The great Taoist master of numinous treasure obviously didn't care about Emperor God Xianxia. In his opinion, with the young clan leader around, even if Lin Ling woke up, he would definitely be defeated this time. Giant Ghost, protect Lin Ling Yu, be careful. At this moment, Emperor God Xianxia carried a huge stone tablet on his back and held a chain in his hand. He walked out step by step. Beside him was the Golden Skeleton King. All right. Yu and the rest nodded and came to Lin Ling's side. Then they looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Half a year ago, they saw that Lin Ling hadn't returned. Hence, they didn't want to miss out on the treasures of the sacred mountain. In the end, they entered the sacred mountain. In the following days, they gained a lot. However, they didn't expect to meet Lin Ling. Brother Ling, are you all right? Yu looked at Lin Ling, who had his eyes slightly closed, and asked worriedly. He should be fine. He probably had an epiphany. Hence, he didn't want to miss out on this opportunity and comprehended it on the spot. Beside them, Giant Ghost looked at Lin Ling with a ferocious face and suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Yu and the rest finally relaxed. At this moment, Emperor God Xianxia walked out step by step. He looked at the great master numinous treasure indifferently and said, Originally, you didn't have to be wiped out. Previously, Lin Ling also promised to write off the grudge with the immortal spirit nation. Who knew that you would still dare to come and seek death? This is a mistake. Go to hell. Great Master Numinous Treasure didn't bother to say more. He released his aura and his divine embryo rolled like a god. Swoosh. However, Emperor God Xianxia also made his move. With a wave of his right hand, the Golden Skeleton King pounced forward. A bone blade appeared in his hand. With a majestic aura, he slashed towards a cave master who looked like a wild boar. You want to kill him? Dream on. Great Master Numinous Treasure roared. Although he didn't get along with the young clan leader of the Ox Demon clan, their common enemy was Lin Ling. Hence, how could he let Emperor God Xianxia have his way? Kill me? You think you can? The Wild Boar's cave master was also very powerful. He was one of the 72 cave masters. His entire body shook and he turned into a wild boar that looked like a hedgehog. Moreover, he was as huge as a mountain. With a single move of his leg, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. However, the Golden Skeleton King's bone blade didn't stop. He ruthlessly slashed out. 10,000 rays of divine power exploded. What? The Wild Boar King roared. This Skeleton King was actually so strong. Chapter 44-43. He chanted silently, and a golden book appeared in front of him. It slowly opened, and a light enveloped the Wild Boar King. He obviously wanted to protect the cave master in front of everyone, to prove that the immortal spirits were not as strong as the overlord nation. Once the absolute golden scripture was released, it also exploded with 10,000 strands of divine power. Together with the Wild Boar King's own strength, it was enough to fight against the Skeleton King's bone blade. 10,000 strands of divine power, so strong. The people in the distance were shouting, "Kill the boar to establish our might." At this time, Emperor God Zhang also roared. With a wave of his chain, it actually coiled around Golden Skeleton King's body, causing it to display even more divine might. Under that bone blade, the divine power had reached more than 20,000 units. "Help him!" Seeing this, Great Master Numinous Treasure shouted angrily. The divine marshals under the curtain rushed forward and resisted with all their strength. Rumble! The nearby ground instantly exploded, and countless graves collapsed. With the help of a few divine marshals, the pressure on the Wild Boar King instantly decreased. Hee hee! Great Master Numinous Treasure laughed and wanted to say something. However, this smile obviously did not last long. Umph! Emperor God Zhang snorted coldly and the chains became even darker. A wave of firm god power burst forth and formed countless mysterious runes that floated in the surroundings. His power of divinity instantly increased to 15,000. Together with the Golden Skeleton King's 10,000 power of divinity, he now had 20,000 power of divinity. 3-plate scripture, absolute golden scripture. Great Master Numinous Treasure's expression changed drastically. Who was this guy carrying the pillar? Why was he so strong? Wasn't the strongest in Lei Gong an old man and a young Qilin? Once his absolute golden scripture was released, his divine power also increased greatly. Then, in a spurt of energy, he also activated the absolute golden scripture. Too weak. However, Emperor God Zhang snorted in disdain, and the power of steel surged. His divine power had finally increased to 20,000. Together with the Golden Skeleton King's divine power, it was now more than 30,000. 30,000, even the Saint Ancestor back then did not have this kind of strength. This undoubtedly shocked the Light Golden Dragon and the others. Lin Ling was actually so strong under the curtain? Boom! 30,000 godly energy slashed out, cutting the Wild Boar King in half. It was simply unstoppable. Even the ferocious power swept out and cut a few of the great Taoist Master Numinous Treasure's divine generals in half. The entire process seemed slow, but in truth, it happened in the blink of an eye. Lei Gong's display of power in the main hall was indeed impressive. So strong? What realm is he in? The Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master's face was extremely pale, but at that moment, a chain swept over. After killing the pig, I'll kill you to show my might. Emperor God Zhang's majestic voice drifted over and it was mixed with thick murderous intent. Right now, it was as if he had regained his former majesty. Young Patriarch, help me. When the Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master sensed the terrifying power of God surging towards him, he finally panicked. Almost at the same time, the deafening sound of a cow's cry rang out. The young patriarch laughed coldly. He finally made his move. Just a little more. However, Emperor God Zhang's expression did not change. The chain that was originally as thick as an arm suddenly became huge. It was as though it was locking down the heavens and the earth, sealing the heaven and earth. Then it was strangled. Not good, late-stage lower god. His power of God has reached 40,000. Seeing this, the young patriarch who seemed to be watching a good show panicked. Because he did not expect Emperor God Zhang to reach late-stage lower god strength, and at this realm he was qualified to become a god. Late-stage lower god. The Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master finally knew how powerful Emperor God Zhang was. He thought that in Lei Gong's main hall, only Treasure God Nanwufenyu was a late-stage lower god, but now, there was one more. Wait. The Numinous Treasure Great Taoist Master shouted, but the huge chain wrapped around him, and in the next moment he was strangled into powder. At this moment, the Immortal Spirit Empire's army of millions of steel flooded into the Ji Air Ox Cave, and now, they were completely annihilated, not a single one was left alive. Kill the pig, kill the country, kill the cow, 3 kills to show my might. After strangling the numinous treasure great Taoist master, Emperor God Zhonggang looked at the young patriarch and waved his hand again, and all the chains swept over. Soaring bull aura. At this moment, the young patriarch finally panicked, because the opponent's realm was higher than his, and he was not an ordinary late-stage lower god. Although he had the innate divine fetus of a middle god, he was confident that he could not defeat the opponent. He roared angrily, and his body exploded, turning into a one-legged giant with the body of a cow. This was the Kuei cow. A terrifying aura of desolation gushed out from its body, causing the world to be covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. Moreover, when people looked carefully, they discovered that this giant only had one horn and one leg. However, upon closer inspection, the horn was clearly different. It was blood-red in color. When Lei Gong defeated the young patriarch outside the sacred mountain, he broke the young patriarch's cow horn. Now, the young patriarch has changed to this cow horn. It seems to be the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kuei cow. The people were discussing and they were all shocked. He has some ability, but his realm is still too weak. Also, that bloodline does not exist. A bastard cow is still a bastard cow, and he is not qualified to become an ancient divine beast. However, Emperor God Zhonggang snorted in disdain, and a complicated mark appeared in between his eyebrows. The chains in the surroundings began to spin crazily, sealing the world. Inside the chains, the world became pitch black, and everything turned into black steel. Then, the chains began to shrink as if they were binding a cow. Bang bang bang. Sensing the changes in the world, the young patriarch's heart trembled, and he tried to escape. But no matter where he jumped, the world seemed to be frozen. He even felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. When he looked carefully, his sole leg was sealed by a powerful force, and it began to turn into steel. God's steps. He let out a strange cry, extremely shocked. Ka-ka-ka. As soon as his voice rang out, countless chains bound him, and he turned into a completely black steel Kuei. He was completely sealed. A late-stage lower god with the power of the god steps. Even if the young patriarch had the divine fetus of a middle god, it was difficult for him to resist. In the end, it was still because his foundation was too weak. God Emperor Zhonggang had been cultivating since the Age of Gods. If it wasn't for the fact that he was heavily injured during the Dusk of the Gods, his current strength wouldn't be much weaker than treasure god Nanwufenyu. Bang bang bang. Looking at the struggling Kuei cow, who was gradually losing strength, the people in the distance gasped. Lei Gong's hall has countless experts. From afar, there is Xingyi, who controls the Eastern Emperor Bell. Nearby, there is this god, a young Qilin, an old man, and Lei Gong. TSK, amazing. Damn it, this Lei Gong's hall is rapidly rising. Chapter 44-44. 3 kills to establish dominance. Now they finally had a deep understanding. Whoever dares to come, don't blame me for being merciless. At this time, Emperor God Zhonggang looked at the crowd and said. His calm words carried a domineering aura. And wherever he looked, no matter where they came from, they all quietly lowered their heads. Lei Gong of Lei Gong Hall can't even be considered a god, but he was very lucky to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell. Moreover, there are countless experts in Lei Gong Hall. Other than treasure god Nanwufenyu, there is also an expert like you. What a pity, such an expert is following the weak Linling. How disgusting! Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out, followed by countless echoes. At some point, plum blossom petals began to sprinkle down from the sky. It was a beautiful scene. So cold. Looking at the falling plum blossom petals, everyone's body trembled. They didn't know why, but they felt cold all over. At this time, under the rain of petals, 5 figures were strolling in the snow. They wore thick raincoats as if they were driving passers-by. However, when they got closer, Emperor God Zhonggang recognized them. He frowned and said, Supreme Divinity Wu Mei. In truth, these 5 people weren't famous in the beginning. When people couldn't underestimate them, it was at Sacred Mountain. At that time, Luli Empress obtained the God Bell. Titanic Crescent God and Kurishin both went to stop her, but they were stopped by these 5. These 5 were invited by Lord Ning and were from Spirit Nation. That battle made people remember them. These 5 were very strong, and when they worked together, they could suppress gods. Legend has it that they were formed from the roots of a plum blossom tree in 5 Peak Mountain. 5 roots grew together, so when they worked together, they were incomparably strong. Supreme Divinity Wu Mei, this has nothing to do with you. Emperor God Zhang Gang, who was arrogant before, said lightly. His words shocked many people because Emperor God Zhang Gang was so strong before, but now he was clearly lowering his attitude. Haha, you're Emperor God Zhang Gang, right? The 5 of them finally stopped in their tracks. They took off their straw raincoats and revealed their aged faces. Surprisingly, these 5 people actually looked exactly the same. Even their expressions and actions were similar, causing others to be unable to distinguish who was the eldest brother and who was the second brother. I heard that you are one of the best generals in Lei Gong's palace. Are you afraid of us now? The 5 of them spoke again, and their expressions carried a mocking smile. Hearing this, Emperor God Zhang Gang's expression changed. He suddenly understood that Supreme God Wu Mei was mocking him. If it were any other time, this would be nothing but a dream. Although Supreme God Wu Mei was a god left behind from the era of gods, he had also killed a god emperor. It was impossible for him to lower his voice. However, Emperor God Zhang Gang quietly turned his head to look at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling's expression was peaceful, as though he had reached the final moment. Therefore, he smiled and nodded. That's right, I am indeed afraid of you. Seniors, please be magnanimous and let us go. For the sake of Lin Ling, he was willing to lower his noble head. Because these 5 people could suppress the Titanic Crescent God, it meant that their combined strength was stronger than Emperor God Zhang Gang. What did you say? We can't hear you. Louder. The 5 old men laughed at the same time. Bastards. Emperor God Zhang Gang cursed. Yu and the others did the same. These 5 despicable old men. I, Emperor God Zhang Gang, am afraid of the 5 seniors. Please be magnanimous and spare our lives. We will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Emperor God Zhang Gang said with a polite smile and cupped his hands. Haha. Seeing this, the 5 old men laughed even louder, as though they were very pleased. You were captured by the great god of the Spirit Nation back then. According to the Spirit Nation, you are also a god left behind from the era of gods. Now that you are begging us for mercy, it is truly satisfying. The 5 of them said at the same time. However, you are really a piece of trash. Back then, a god actually listened to a brat. You are a disgrace to the era of gods. Why don't you call yourself a piece of trash and let us hear it? I am a piece of trash. Emperor God Zhang Gang felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. His pride had been trampled and he had lost all face. However, he still smiled and said, Ha! Seeing this, the experts from the Spirit Nation laughed as well. They looked at Emperor God Zhang Gang as though he was a rat. On the other side, the experts from the 9 prefectures all had ashen faces. They looked as though they had been humiliated. 5 seniors, please be magnanimous. Why don't we do it now? Emperor God Zhang Gang said again. I'm sorry, but we have no intention of letting Lei Gong go. Therefore, all of you still have to die. After the 5 people laughed, they suddenly said coldly, Haha, I heard that it's easy to kill a person, but it's extremely difficult to make that person smile humbly. Now that we've killed our people, we've satisfied that feeling of satisfaction. It's great. Hearing this, Emperor God Zhang Gang's eyes narrowed. Although he guessed that the 5 of them might not let them go, he still had some hope. After all, Supreme God Wu Mei was also a figure from the era of the gods. They still cared about their reputation. It was impossible that they would not do what they said. However, they were indeed shameless. Trash has already said it, and we have seen your humble face. Now die. Long swords appeared in the hands of the 5 of them. With a slight movement, plum blossoms filled the sky. Cold mountain. The moment the sword appeared, 50,000 divine powers were instantly released. Each of them had 10,000 divine powers. The scary thing was that these divine powers could be fused together. Behind them, an ancient plum tree appeared. It did not fall in the wind and snow. This was the talent of their divine bodies. 50,000 divine powers? The current Emperor God Zhonggang only had 40,000 divine powers. However, the other party did not allow Emperor God Zhonggang to hesitate and had already attacked. Therefore, Emperor God Zhonggang also released his full strength and asked King Golden Skeleton to help. Cold Mountain. 5 voices suddenly sounded. Emperor God Zhonggang sensed that the world in front of him had disappeared. He appeared beside a lake in a world of ice and snow. Plum blossoms bloomed on both sides of the lake and green leaves were everywhere. However, in the distant mountains, snow was falling continuously. Almost at the same time, countless swords appeared around Emperor God Zhonggang, wanting to kill him. Steel will! Emperor God Zhonggang roared. The chains were like snakes, stirring up a world. The god's steps also erupted. The world within the chains turned into steel, snow, and plum blossoms turned pitch black. Hee. A cold laugh came. Supreme God Wu Mei was able to fight against Titanic Crescent God. How could her strength be so simple? 5 layers of plum blossoms. 5 swords came from the void. The swords flashed and 5 rays of white light appeared in Emperor God Zhonggang's world of steel. Not good. Emperor God Zhonggang's expression changed. He had turned into endless black steel, but these swords could still hurt his steel. One had to know that he was using the god's steps, and so were his opponents. Chapter 44-45. Kacha. The world that Emperor God Zhonggang was in shattered and returned to normal. Thank you. Emperor God Zhonggang immediately said to the person beside him. Unknowingly, the giant ghost had appeared beside him. It's fine. These 5 old men are bullying us with numbers. Let's join forces. The giant ghost carried the record of the 8 gods and said, another impressive existence. However, even if all of you join forces, you're still no match for us. On the opposite side, the 5 old men smiled faintly. The swords in their hands quietly changed. They were no longer cold but scorching hot. Moreover, the swords began to twist. They no longer looked like swords but 5 plum blossom roots. Lightning across the sky, thunder ridges. Whirling storm, fire net, raging tsunami. The power of thunder and lightning bloomed as the 5 swords pierced over. Every sword strike was different, but they could perfectly fuse together. Lightning, thunder, wind, fire. In fact, they were transformed from the roots of a wild plum tree in the prehistoric times. At that time, the universe had just opened, and there was tyrannical power everywhere. The 5 roots had absorbed different kinds of power, and finally awakened in the age of the gods. Block it! Emperor God Zhonggang roared and swept out the chain world. The giant ghost waved the record of the 8 gods and the stone tablet tyrannically. We'll help you too. At this moment, the light golden dragon and the rest also joined in. Although it wasn't much help, it was better than nothing. We'll help too. Yu and Inuer joined in as well. Rumble. The 2 forces were like the collapse of heaven and earth, stirring up the graveyard. Countless gods' bones soared into the sky and tumbled in the sky. Lord Supreme God will help you too. At this moment, the people from Spirit Nation also shouted. Scram! However, the 5 of them said in unison. Gods had their pride. How could they ask for the help of some mortal ants? It seems like Lord Supreme God doesn't care about them at all. Hearing that, many people from Spirit Nation laughed excitedly. Some of them stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions. Now that Lin Ling had no one to protect him, it was a great opportunity. Go! As if sensing their thoughts, the 5 old men spoke at the same time. Lei Gong will be killed by you. As for these ants, the 5 of us will take care of them. Is this all you've got? After that, the 5 elders looked at Emperor God Zhonggang and the others in disdain. Their words were filled with disdain. I'll let you see something even more powerful. Next, their swords began to emit light that illuminated the surroundings. 5 suns opened high. Following their furious roars, their power of divinity reached over 60,000. Behind them, 5 rays of light shot into the sky. The ancient plum tree was lush and verdant, like an ancient god. Hold on. Emperor God Xianxia and the others all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were pale as the pressure on them increased greatly. The 5 of them truly had the strength of gods. Too strong. Yu and the others were also sweating profusely. They knew that they were fighting against the gods of the age of Pantheon. In the past, they could only look up to such a legendary figure. But now, they were fighting against them head-on. Although the fight didn't last long, they could be killed in the next moment. But it was enough to prove their pride. Lei Gong has been killed by me. While the 5 Mei supreme gods were suppressing them with all their might, someone quietly approached Lin Ling. A long spear appeared in this person's hand. The tip of the spear was emitting green light. It seemed to be poisonous. This was the poison dragon spear. It was obtained from the sacred mountain. Although its attack power was ordinary, its poison couldn't be underestimated. Legend had it that it had killed 9,999 dragons with its poison. Although my spear is powerful, it won't be able to hurt an expert of Lei Gong's level. However, it's a different story when he's just waiting to be captured. As long as I kill him, I'll become a celebrity in the 9 prefectures void. The spirit nation will reward me greatly. Holding the poison dragon spear, this person trembled with excitement. Not good. Emperor God Xianxia and the others also noticed the scene. Their expressions changed drastically, but they couldn't free themselves. Shio. The ordinary-looking poison dragon spear was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. It was so close that it was less than a centimeter away from Lin Ling's eyebrows. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. At this moment, it was as though the heavens and earth were frozen. Time stopped and even the wind stopped. Lin Ling's eyes looked calmly at the person in front of him. Although his eyes looked calm, there was an unparalleled murderous aura. It was as though he had the eyes of a god. With just a glance, the person who attacked with the spear trembled. Even his arms were trembling. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to attack again. This feeling seemed to come from the depths of his heart. It was innate. He let out a trembling voice. That Lin Ling roared in his heart. His eyes emitted a terrifying soul power. It was as though he was furious. Boom. The person's body exploded. He couldn't be more dead. The poison dragon spear was stuck in the ground. It was still a centimeter away from killing Lin Ling. It was unknown if that person knew that the poison dragon spear wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling or if he was shocked by Lin Ling. His fatal attack ended in failure. Then Lin Ling stood up coldly. The fury in his eyes was like a volcano. Previously, he almost comprehended the speed of 200,000 worlds. However, he was interrupted by this person. No, it should be said that he was interrupted by Supreme God Wu Mei. As a result, he only increased his speed by 100,000 worlds. One had to know that speed was the hardest to increase. Other than innate talent, the rest depended on treasures and divine abilities. Even so, the speed of increase wasn't very fast. Increasing his speed by 100,000 worlds was already an incomparably terrifying speed. However, compared to 200,000 worlds, it was still half of it. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that such a rare opportunity wouldn't come again if he missed it. This was because the scene of 9 crows chasing the sun had disappeared. No matter how hard Lin Ling tried to recall it, it was useless. Lin Ling has woken up. At this moment, the people in the distance exclaimed in surprise. What a pity! He was so close. I can only say that Lin Ling is lucky. However, it doesn't matter. He can't escape from Supreme God Wu Mei. That's right. Today, let us witness the fall of one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Lin Ling is the most wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation. Today, he is finally dead. The experts of the Spirit Nation were extremely excited. Lin Ling, Emperor God Xianxia and the others were delighted. However, Lin Ling ignored them as he was boiling with anger. Instead, he looked coldly at Supreme God Wu Mei. Lei Gong. The 5 old men were also looking at Lin Ling, the corners of their mouths curling up. The next one to die is you. Although Lin Ling was one of the 4 great gods, It was obvious that he was still a distance away from Eugene and the others. Supreme God Wu Mei was already a god. Chapter 44-46. Primordial Yang in seclusion, shift Yang to Yin. They roared angrily and used the god's stairway again. This time, the pressure on Emperor God Zhang and the rest increased greatly. However, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally made his move. He saw that the 5 of them were mid-stage lower gods, but because of their talents, they could combine Yin and Yang, increasing their combat power by more than 5 times. No wonder Emperor God Zhang and the rest could not win. However, Lin Ling could see that their combination of Yin and Yang was because of the ancient desolate plum behind them. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling activated the Stairs of Wisdom and sealed the desolate plum. Something strange happened. People could see that the 5 Plum Supreme God's auras were rapidly weakening. Their combined strength was disintegrated at this moment. My sword! The 5 people's faces also changed in an instant. They were shocked and stunned. In the end, they were even more stunned. Their divine energy is weakening rapidly. Emperor God Zhang and the rest were overjoyed. The strength that was suppressed previously was unleashed. Zhang broke my comprehension. Looking at Lin Ling, they were enraged. 3rd stage talent fusion, blood sword in hand. He slashed out. Brat, I don't know what method you used, but you dare to fight us? The 5 old men sneered and raised their swords to resist. Gotcha! In the next moment, a crisp sound could be heard. One of the old men's swords broke. You are not an early stage lower god. The old man was tongue-tied and his nose was running. This was because Lin Ling's sword contained more divine power than his. Break me! Lin Ling roared furiously. He raised his sword with one hand and swung it like a club. Gotcha! Another sword was broken. Without the desolate plum as a foundation, the 5 of them could not combine their strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Gotcha! Another sword was broken by Lin Ling. What plum tree roots, I will break your roots today. Gotcha! Another sword broke. 5 swords broke. The previously insufferably arrogant Supreme God Wu Mei was now like a dog being abused by Lin Ling. This caused Emperor God Zhang and the others to be extremely shocked. It was only then that they realized that Lin Ling was actually twice as strong as before. You're calling yourself trash. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash at the 5 gods, causing their hair to be disheveled and their clothes to be torn apart. Are you going to tell me or not? Lin Ling slashed out with his sword again, and the 5 of them retreated at the same time. Moreover, after they had calmed down, their hearts were in turmoil. Only now did they remember that after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, the method they relied on to survive suddenly and strangely disappeared. Of course, if it was someone else, this wouldn't be a big deal. However, their opponent was Lin Ling. Without the innate divine fetus, how could they be a match for him? We are trash. The situation was out of their control. The 5 of them had no time to be surprised as they lowered their heads and spoke. Too soft, louder. Lin Ling raised his sword and threatened them domineeringly. Supreme God Wu Mei looked into the distance. When they saw the experts from the Spirit Nation and the experts from the 9 prefectures void, their old faces instantly turned red. Damn it! Lin Ling was deliberately humiliating them. If you don't speak, die. Seeing that they were hesitating, Lin Ling's killing intent surged. We are trash, lu, la 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 la. The 5 old men were so frightened that they shouted at the same time and even started to sing. However, it had to be said that the song they sang was quite good. It was very melodious. Haha. Emperor God Zhang suddenly laughed heartily. Yu and the others laughed until tears flowed down their cheeks. This was because the 5 old men's beards and clothes were in a sorry state. When they sang such a song, it was very amusing. Die! After they finished singing, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sea of blood surged and instantly drowned one of the old men. Lei Gong! That old man disappeared into the sea of blood. However, he still shouted angrily. He thought that after calling himself trash, Lei Gong would let them go. Remember, This is called an eye for an eye. Lin Ling raised his sword and killed another god. With another sword strike, another old man fell. When he was about to die, he even cried out. Lin Ling still held his sword. However, he stretched out his left hand and used heaven-splitting slash. I'll let you die a quick death. This move was terrifying. How could the supreme god Wu Mei block it? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Rumble. With another slash, another old man was cut in half. Lin Ling, don't kill all of them. Leave one for me. I want to cut him alive. At this moment, Emperor God Zhang Gang roared and flew over with the giant ghost. If the supreme gods of the five may join forces, they could even suppress a god. However, after being defeated one by one, their strength was only at the middle stage of the lower god realm. Emperor God Zhang Gang alone would be able to kill him cleanly. Even a god is dead. Lin Ling can kill a god. The people in the distance trembled at this scene. Some even fell to the ground, their legs weak. It was very difficult for a god to fall. Take the battle at Sacred Mountain as an example. Other than one god who was killed by the Eastern Emperor Bel, the rest of the gods survived. However, Lin Ling was the first to kill a god. Terrifying. Run. In a short moment, the people of Spirit Kingdom fled in all directions. Dream on. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He killed all of them and erupted with 600,000 world speed. This was the speed of the third stage talent fusion. It was incomparably terrifying. Shwa. With one slash, one person fell. Fortunately, it's not in my direction. On the other side, several gods of Spirit Kingdom were also fleeing. However, when they saw Lin Ling chasing in another direction, they finally let out a sigh of relief. You can't escape either. However, at this moment, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of them. It was Lin Ling. What welcomed them was a blood sword that killed decisively. How did you catch up so quickly? These people were shocked before they died. They could not believe it. This was because Lin Ling was chasing in the east. Their speed was not slow either. Therefore, it would take a lot of time to catch up with them. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had arrived. This was too strange. Go to the underworld and ask Emperor Ming. One slash told them the answer. Following that, the whole world exploded with bloody light. Rumbling sounds continued as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Lin Ling single-handedly killed all the gods who were fleeing in all directions. People could only see fireworks blooming in the sky. They were fireworks made of blood. Following that, the experts of Spirit Kingdom were all killed. So strong. This is a true god. Lei Gong is going to kill his way to the era of gods. The experts of the 9 prefectures void were solemn. Because the Great Hall of Lei Gong had St. Yi, they knew that the Great Hall of Lei Gong was not to be underestimated. However, Lin Ling was also telling them that as the head of the Great Hall of Lei Gong, he was not weak. Lin Ling. Seeing that all the enemies were killed, Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others were delighted. They then rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling also returned in the sky. He was still in a bad mood. He had missed the 200,000 world speed. However, after seeing Yu Yu and the others, Lin Ling finally smiled. Chapter 44-47. Brother Ling. Brother. Looking at Lin Ling, Yu Yu and An Yue rushed over and were embraced by Lin Ling. After not seeing each other for a year, they missed Lin Ling very much. However, they knew that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had left to settle some matters. Hence, they did not disturb Lin Ling and chose to wait quietly. I'm back. Hugging Yu Yu and the rest, Lin Ling felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart. A warm feeling also surrounded his body. Emperor God Zhang Gang and the rest smiled and looked around. They then realized that the young clan leader who had been sealed into steel had unknowingly escaped. Previously, they were all fighting against Supreme God Wu Mei and did not have time to care about the young clan leader. The young clan leader took this opportunity to escape. How cunning! Emperor God Zhang Gang, congratulations on your breakthrough. After a long time, Lin Ling held Yu Yu and the rest's hands and walked over. With regards to this breakthrough, Emperor God Zhonggang was obviously very happy and he laughed heartily. After that, he stared at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "You have also made a breakthrough. Moreover, I have been suppressed in the middle stage of the lower god realm for 100,000 years. It is not strange for me to make a breakthrough now. Breaking through is really scary." "I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. However, what he said was also true. If the young lady had not brought him to the divine pond, Lin Ling might not have broken through so smoothly. "Lin Ling, thank you." After that, the light golden dragon and the rest came over and greeted him politely. "I'm the one who should thank you." Lin Ling smiled at them. He was very clear that when the young clan leader came, the light golden dragon and the rest did their best to protect him. Hence, after this incident, Lin Ling treated them as his own. At least this group of people were people with principles. "Uncle, is this your wife?" At this time, the young lady who was riding on the white tiger ran over with a smile. "It was so dangerous just now. Fortunately, your wife came. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble." "You brat." Lin Ling was speechless. As for the radiant golden dragon and the others, they had a look of helplessness on their faces. If this young lady had not lured the young clan leader here, they might not have gotten into such trouble. "Oh right, where's Grandpa Treasure God?" After that, Lin Ling looked at Emperor God Zhonggang and said, "He left, but he's inside Shidian." "That's right, and many gods are at West Memorial Hall." "Oh right, I don't know why, but many gods have come to the sacred mountain, and I've never seen them before." "Lin Ling, are we going to West Memorial Hall?" Emperor God Zhonggang and the others looked at Lin Ling and said, "Looks like these gods all know about the treasures hidden in Shiji." Lin Ling's eyes flickered. West Memorial Hall was the tomb of the gods with the most treasures and the most danger out of the 4 memorial halls. Most importantly, a world will host was recorded here. Gods from all over the world had probably come for this. Now, there are many more deities in the void of the 9 prefectures and the broken world of the gods. Maybe it has something to do with the chaotic world. "Lin Ling, what's the chaotic world?" "I'm not too sure, but I have a feeling that the gods who are still alive from the primordial age and the age of the gods are all in the chaos realm. Perhaps the strongest world will is also in the chaos realm. Of course, this is just my guess." "Lin Ling, in fact, I also have a feeling that there are many more deities in the void of the 9 prefectures. They might be sealed there and can't easily enter the void of the 9 prefectures. No matter what, let's go to West Memorial Hall first. Everyone follow me." After some discussion, Lin Ling led the way and the others followed him into the depths of the void of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling's purpose for this trip was to obtain the head of the Sword Devil. This had always been his wish. As for the head of the Sword Devil, it was recorded on the map of the sacred returning sect. It was buried in a place called the Hall of Hidden Spirits. As they walked forward, the ground was filled with lonely graves, and there were even more of them than before. At a glance, there was an endless number of graves. When one walked among them, a strange feeling arose in one's heart. It was as if they had reached the end of the world. These graves should be the corpses left behind from the ancient era's great war of the gods. However, I'm curious as to who buried them. Emperor God Zhonggang said as he looked into the distance. This was also the question that everyone was most curious about. Could it be that there was someone in the sacred mountain? "This way." Lin Ling did not say much. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from the front, causing Lin Ling to frown. After instructing everyone, he immediately increased his speed. After passing through a large graveyard, an open space finally appeared in front of them. On the open space, a terrifying battle was erupting, causing the nearby ancient tombs to explode. Corpses and bones were scattered all over the ground, and then turned into powder. Rumble. On the other hand, the deafening rumbling grew louder and louder in the ears of Lin Ling and the others, and a strand of ferocious divine energy surged out from all directions. However, even though the divine energy was being released, it clearly didn't affect the surroundings much, otherwise, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't have been able to approach it. Titanic Crescent God, Curishin? Lin Ling swept his gaze around and saw that the two deities were both on the empty ground in the distance. Other than that, there was also the black dragon who fought Lin Ling's group in the sacred mountain, the ox demon patriarch, and an old man with a fly whisk in his hand. The five of them were incomparably powerful and were true gods. As for the other gods around them, although their strength was not weak, there was still a gap between them and the five of them. They stood quietly on the ground as if they were resisting something. Looking into the distance, there was a purple coffin lying on the ground. The coffin was ancient and probably had been there for many years. However, it still emitted a soul-stirring divine pressure. The lid of the coffin had been partially removed, revealing a small hole the size of an arm. However, because of this small hole, an incomparably terrifying suction force was born that wanted to suck Curishan and the others into the coffin. Isn't that coffin a little too terrifying? Seeing this, God Emperor Xianxia cried out in alarm. It was only a small opening, but it was already hard for the five gods to resist. If the coffin lid was completely opened, the five gods would most likely meet with a mishap. Grandpa Curishan. Little South and the others wanted to rush over to help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling stopped them. It's useless even if you go over. You won't be able to help at all. It's better for you to stay where you are. The Curishan and the others also saw Lin Ling's group in the distance. The Curishan kept shaking his head at Lin Ling's group, indicating that Lin Ling's group should not come over. They must have taken a liking to that coffin and wanted to take it for themselves. But as soon as they opened the lid, danger came. Chapter 44-48. You guys stay here. God Emperor Xianxia, giant ghost, come and help me. Lin Ling said to God Emperor Xianxia as he pointed into the distance. Close the coffin? God Emperor Xianxia suddenly understood, but he was still a little unhappy. Although it seems possible, it's too risky. In my opinion, we should just ignore him and leave. Lord God Emperor Xianxia, our Grandpa Curishan is over there. Please help us. Little South and the others also begged. They knew that if they wanted to save their Grandpa Curishan, only Lin Ling and the other two strongest experts could do it. I know the Curishan is there, but there are still a few enemies there. God Emperor Xianxia was still unhappy. He wasn't familiar with the Curishan, and if he saved the Curishan, he would have to save the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other gods as well. This made him feel like he was at a disadvantage. Let's go. Lin Ling also had the same thought, but he was indebted to the Curishan, so Lin Ling couldn't just stand by and watch. The three of them went around in a different direction, only to find that there was no suction force at all. Soon, they appeared behind the purple coffin. Obviously, Black Deity and the others had also noticed their appearance. All of them were shocked and tongue-tied. Lin Ling looked at them and said, Next, I will try to close the coffin and save you. However, the three of us took a risk to come here, so you will have to pay a reward. If you agree, then nod. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Curishan and Giant Crescent God immediately nodded. However, the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other two gods frowned. They were unhappy. Although Lin Ling was one of the four gods, in their hearts, Lin Ling still lacked the strength to become a god. He still had to rely on Lei Gong and his subordinates. Therefore, it was impossible for them to listen to Lin Ling and give him a treasure. In fact, the Ox Devil Patriarch couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Feel free to refuse. Lin Ling sneered, then tried to close the coffin with God Emperor Xianxia and the others. However, the coffin was extremely heavy, and the three of them could barely move it. This shocked Lin Ling and the others, and they were curious as to what kind of god was hidden in the purple coffin. Of course, the coffin's lid moved slightly reduced the pressure on the Curishan and the others. Although they still couldn't escape, they were at least temporarily out of danger. The Ox Devil Patriarch and the others were envious. Their gazes were all fixed of their eyes on the other side. Have you considered it? Lin Ling said indifferently, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. You have guts. Deal. Finally, someone spoke. It was the old man with the fly whisk in his hand. Damn it, forget it, deal. Black Dragon said through gritted teeth. Back in the Divine Mountain, he had single-handedly fought Lin Ling and the others. But now, his life was in Lin Ling's hands. This earth-shattering change made him very unhappy. Of course, although he was unhappy, his life was still more important. The last one was the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan. Last time, Lin Ling had injured his son. Now, not only was he unable to take revenge, he had to lower his voice. This was a great humiliation to him. However, his life was still more important than this humiliation. I agree. Finally, the Ox Devil Patriarch nodded. God Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, full force. After the three of them agreed, Lin Ling smiled and closed the coffin lid with all his strength. Rumble. The coffin lid moved slowly. It didn't look big, but it was as heavy as the void. Moreover, as the hole became smaller, the coffin lid also became heavier. You guys should help too. What are you standing there for? Use your methods to resist the suction. It's best if you attract more of it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to close the coffin lid. Lin Ling had already used all his strength, but in the end, he still couldn't close the gap. Therefore, he scolded everyone, "You must have damaged your brain from cultivating. You need me to remind you of such a simple thing." When this voice floated out, the Ox Devil Patriarch and the other gods were furious. That despicable Lei Gong actually dared to scold them. "I'll endure." However, they were about to escape, so they all endured and erupted with all their strength to resist the suction. With their help, the pressure on Lin Ling's side lessened a lot. With the three of them working together, they finally closed the purple coffin completely. However, just as they closed it, they felt a terrifying divine pressure enveloping them, which scared them out of their wits. Fortunately, this divine pressure disappeared quickly, and the purple coffin became quiet again. "It's gone." When they looked at the Curitian and the others, they all let out sighs of relief. "Black Dragon, it was you." Afterward, the Curitian and the Titanic Crescent God looked at an old man. Earlier, they saw the purple coffin and wanted to take it for themselves. However, Black Dragon acted first and rashly opened the purple coffin, which led to this unforeseen event. Even if I didn't do it, you guys would have done it anyway. So stop pretending." Black Dragon coldly snorted. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it. However, his words made sense. Earlier, Black Dragon acted quickly, but that didn't mean that the other gods wouldn't have opened the purple coffin. As gods, they were omnipotent in the 9 continents. Therefore, they subconsciously believed that they could do anything under the sacred mountain. They completely forgot that there were many existences in this place that were beyond their control. Stop arguing. The purple coffin is right here. Whoever wants it can have it. At this time, Lin Ling coldly laughed. His words silenced everyone. After experiencing the danger from before, they couldn't wait to avoid the purple coffin. How would they dare to interfere? Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling continued, "According to our agreement, I helped you guys escape, so you have to give me a treasure. Of course, I don't ask for anything good. Just give me something. However, I think that as gods, you guys wouldn't be willing to give me something so casually. I'll give you some trash. Unless you think that your lives are only worth that little bit of money." This guy is really greedy. Black Dragon and the Ox Demon Patriarch's faces darkened. They didn't want to give it up, but they felt that they couldn't put down their faces. After all, there were others watching. They wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had the Curitian and the Titanic Crescent God on his side. Furthermore, Emperor God Zhanggang wasn't weak either. Even if they worked together, they might not be able to kill him. "I have 800 Divine Dao Springs here. Take it as a reward for helping me earlier." In the end, Black Dragon unhappily said. "It's really cheap." Lin Ling faintly smiled. A dragon god's bloodline isn't even worth 1,000 Divine Dao Springs. Interesting. Of course, it's not that I think it's too little. I just didn't think that you would humiliate yourself like this. Chapter 44-49. As expected of the ancient dragon god bloodline, the price is high. Lin Ling smiled as he accepted it. Wind of Terror, a specialty of the west of the celestial realm. As for its use, you can figure it out yourself. Nebula Armor, a treasure left behind by the celestial realm. You can imagine how strong its defense is. It's yours. The next 2 gods also handed over their treasures. Although they were not top-tier treasures, they were still quite valuable, and Lin Ling accepted them with a smile. On the other hand, Black God and Titanic Crescent God were grinning from ear to ear. This was because they were pleased to see the three gods boasting about their losses. Titanic Crescent God, it's your turn. However, Lin Ling soon turned to Titanic Crescent God. What? Me too? Titanic Crescent God's eyes widened. Of course. Lin Ling nodded as if it was only natural. Titanic Crescent God's face twisted in anger. He thought that since Lin Ling was one of the four gods, they should be on the same side. I'll give it to you. However, Titanic Crescent God was too embarrassed to refuse, so he handed over 1,000 divine Dao springs. Lin Ling, I'll give it to you. The Curishan laughed as he prepared to take out his treasures, but Lin Ling refused with a smile. We're on the same side. Bastard. Titanic Crescent God cursed when he heard that. Motherfucker, am I not on the same side? As expected, Lin Ling was still holding a grudge against him for forcing Lei Gong to his death. He almost wanted to tell Lin Ling that half a year ago, he saw a familiar figure that looked like Lei Gong. Perhaps Lei Gong was still alive. However, he was not sure, so he did not say anything. Lin Ling, what do you plan to do next? The Curishan asked. The eyes of the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others flickered. After what had happened, they also felt that this place was very dangerous. They had to act cautiously. Therefore, they didn't leave for the time being. I don't have any plans to go anywhere yet. Curishan, what about you? Lin Ling asked, hiding his goal. We want to go to a place called the Hidden Spirit Hall. It is said that there are many ancient treasures there. Curishan did not hide anything and explained. Hearing this, the others fell silent. However, this also meant that they were also going for this place, including Lin Ling. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that these people actually knew about the Hidden Spirit Hall. But that was also good. If everyone moved together, they could avoid some danger. Since I have nowhere to go, I might as well go to the Hidden Spirit Hall with the Curishan. Lin Ling said. Sure. Curishan immediately nodded happily. Although the others didn't say anything, they obviously agreed with Lin Ling's decision to move together. This place was full of ancient tombs. Once something appeared, it was incomparably powerful. Therefore, the addition of an expert was undoubtedly one more helper. Although Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as theirs, he was mysterious and could always catch them off guard. In addition, he had many experts under him, so he would definitely be of help. Some people were busy. What happened before was a living example. Then let's move on. Then the Curishan led Lin Ling and the others forward. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others also followed. Regarding this, the Curishan and the others didn't say anything. Everyone had a tacit understanding. I didn't expect that there would be tombs under the sacred mountain. The four foundations are all ancient tombs. However, only the Western Foundation has the most treasures. It is said that in the depths, there are even stronger experts. I once saw the dragon god of the dragon clan. What? Dragon god? Everyone talked as they walked. When they mentioned the dragon god, the black dragon's expression changed obviously. As for the bright golden dragon and the others who were following behind, they already knew about this news. Their reactions were calm. The dragon god on the other side of the Kaiyuan River has moved out. The gods in the depths are indeed terrifying. I'm most afraid that the great gods of the spirit kingdom will also come. Then this place will be lively. The old man with the whisk in his hand said with a smile. Even if he comes, he might not be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Because I have a feeling that a group of unknown experts have also appeared in the depths. For example, outside the sacred mountain, there was that ancient god called Chang Liang, and there was also someone called the Saint Ancestor, the demon sealer of the underworld. Their origins are not simple. Not good, the people behind us are also coming. The black dragon suddenly said solemnly. The other gods smiled, but their smiles were somewhat complicated because they all felt that the waters in the depths of the Western Foundation were too deep. The ancient heaven and earth were silent and gloomy, making people feel very depressed. Only a few people's voices could be heard from time to time, which made people feel even more depressed. After a long time, an ancient manor quietly appeared in the endless graveyard. The manor was dilapidated, and the ground was scattered with paper money. A white cloth hung at the door, and a nameless wind blew, adding a sense of eeriness. The most conspicuous thing about the manor was an ancient locust tree planted beside the manor's door. This also made everyone's expression change. To prevent any accidents, everyone stopped and used their prideful methods to quietly investigate. Even Lin Ling spread out his soul force and enveloped the entire manor. However, the manor was very ordinary, and he could not detect anything strange. It was very strange. Moreover, behind the manor, it was a mess, and they could not find anything. After a moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at everyone. Without a doubt, everyone's expression was the same, full of astonishment, because they could not find anything either. This time, not only were they not excited, but their hearts were even more solemn. Since we can't find anything, we can only go and investigate. Because I guess that's the hidden spirit hall. Kuroshin pondered for a moment and then said. Everyone nodded. Although the front was strange, they had many gods here. Including Lin Ling, there were a total of 7 gods here, and their courage had increased by a lot. You're the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan? I thought a demon from the age of the gods would be incomparably bold, but it turns out that you're also so afraid of death. Suddenly, the black dragon sneered. Aren't you from the dragon clan? I don't think you're that bold, coward dragon. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan immediately snorted and replied. They walked as the manor in front of them was still quiet. Only a nameless wind blew quietly, causing the locust trees to rustle. This manor seemed as if no one had been here for millions of years. After Lin Ling and the others got closer, their expressions became more solemn. They were fully focused on guarding against any sudden danger. However, at this moment, the sound of a wooden door being pushed open was heard. Then, an old man with a hunchback and a walking stick staggered out. Someone's here. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed greatly. This was because they had used their magical powers to investigate before, but they could not find anyone at all. Now, someone had walked out. Who was this person? How could he avoid their prying? Chapter 4450. On the other hand, Kuroshin and the others were silent as they secretly investigated the old man. However, no matter how they looked at him, he seemed like an ordinary person. Old man, is this the hidden morning hall? The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan asked casually after he was certain that it was the hidden morning hall. Yes, this is the hidden morning hall. The old man nodded. Are there many treasures here? The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan asked again. I don't know if there are any treasures here. However, when my old friends passed away, their memorial tablets were left here. Their belongings were also left in the hidden morning hall for the future generations to worship. The old man said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. All of their belongings were left in the morning hall. These were gods from the primordial era, so their belongings must be extraordinary. All right, move aside. We are going in. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan said immediately. Sir, the hidden morning hall cannot be entered unless you are a friend of an old friend. However, the old man also refused. What nonsense are you spouting? We are going in. If you dare to stop us, we will kill you. The black dragon said fiercely. After some discussion, they did not find anything strange about the old man. Therefore, they were not afraid of him. In their opinion, they might have been overthinking things. Sigh. The old man sighed softly and did not dare to speak again. Scram. The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan walked forward, intending to be the first to enter the manor. Seeing this, the black dragon and the old man with the whisk did not want to be taken advantage of and quickly followed. You all stay here. Wait until we see if there is any danger inside before you all enter. Kuroshin ordered Suehua and the others to enter with Titanic Crescent God. Lin Ling also asked Yu and the others to stay behind while he entered with Emperor God Zhang Gang and the giant ghost. Outside the door, the old man squinted his eyes. His wrinkled face was as calm as an ancient well as he slowly followed the group. However, the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others were not fools. Although they were not afraid of the old man, they were still on guard against him. After entering the manor, the interior was still as ordinary as before. However, as they continued to walk forward, the 7 of them immediately felt a change, as if they had stepped into another world. Looking up, he saw layers upon layers of memorial tablets piled up into the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was so wide that it stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely terrifying. These memorial tablets were old and mottled, and the names written on them were hard to read. However, because there were too many of them, standing in front of these endless memorial tablets, a sense of insignificance immediately rose in one's heart. "Old man, why are there so many memorial tablets?" The patriarch of the Ox Demon clan frowned, and turned around to look at the old man, but immediately discovered to his surprise that the old man who had been following them all this time had actually disappeared. It had to be said that although he seemed to be moving forward casually, he had actually been secretly keeping an eye on the old man. When the endless memorial tablets suddenly appeared, he was shocked, and in that short moment, the old man disappeared. "When did you leave?" The expressions of Curashin and the others changed dramatically. Apparently, they had only just realized that the old man had disappeared. Among them, only Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flickering. Suddenly, he did not stay any longer, and rushed in the direction of the endless memorial tablets. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. "What happened, Lei Gong? Don't scare me." The sudden change shocked everyone. First, the endless memorial tablets appeared, then the old man disappeared, and now Lin Ling suddenly ran away, which made them feel pressured. "I told you, this Lei Gong is completely unreliable. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and chase after him." Everyone had no time to be surprised, and they hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was going to do, in such a strange place, they were obviously a little panicked. As soon as they rushed out, they immediately discovered that there was actually a gap in the neatly arranged memorial tablets. Looking through the gap, they saw an ancient house in front of them. The house was dark and covered in dust, as if no one had been here. Lin Ling's figure dashed past the side of the house. Chase after him. No one dared to stay any longer, and they hurriedly rushed after him. Rumble. However, just as they rushed to the front of the house, a deafening sound came from behind the house. A destructive force that surpassed the power of a god erupted, and the entire world shook. Curashin and the others all stopped in their tracks, and their expressions changed drastically. They could sense how terrifying that power was. It was as if it didn't come from a god, but from the great Tao of the void. "Lei Gong, you're dead," Black Dragon said with a frown. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They did not know whether Lin Ling could survive under that force, and this made them stand there stupidly for a moment, not daring to act rashly. "This manner is too strange." After a moment of silence, Titanic Crescent God said with a frown. He was as powerful as a god, but in this manner he felt powerless. "Let's leave this place first," the old man with the whisk said, but his words made everyone nod. If they did not investigate this strange place thoroughly, it would be easy to encounter danger. "Kiki, it's too late to leave now." However, at this moment, a sharp laugh suddenly rang out, and then the world shook. Mountains glided along the ground from all directions, and they were surrounded. Taking a closer look, this wasn't a mountain at all. It was a mountain made up of spirit tablets. Then, the countless memorial tablets seemed to tilt, and with an earth-shattering force, they flooded toward the crowd. "Oh no!" Such a terrifying scene made everyone's expression change drastically. This was because they also realized that when the memorial tablets were submerged, there was a fierce force mixed with it, as if it was the power of the Void Tao. "Block it! We've been fooled!" "For you!" Everyone cried out in alarm. This old man is the great ruler of Heaven Burial. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally entered this place. "After refining all of you, I can leave this place." A cold voice rang out and the wind howled. It was very terrifying. Could it be that locust tree in front of the door? Suddenly, the old man with the whisk thought of something and guessed. It seems that there are some people with extraordinary knowledge. That's right, I'm that locust tree. I don't know how many years it has been since I was planted, but I grew up here, guarding the hidden spirit hall. A long, long time ago, there was a guardian spirit here, but after he left, he never returned. He came, so I became the guardian spirit. The voice floated out again. Chapter 4451. So what if you know? Now, you're all going to become my nourishment. A gust of wind blew around them, and the memorial tablets swept over them like an overturning sea. In an instant, the area around the Curishan and the others was filled with memorial tablets, leaving them nowhere to run. They unleashed all their strength, trying to open a gap, but they found that all their attacks were useless. Oh no, it's a boundary array. Everyone quickly reacted. You guys aren't that stupid. However, that brat from before is the smartest among all of you. He actually escaped early. However, he went to the forbidden area. Even I don't dare to enter that place. Hee, I'm afraid he'll die there. The voice drifted out again, making everyone's scalp tingle. The kid he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually reacted one step ahead of us. This kid is really sharp. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say that Lin Ling went to the forbidden area and might be dead? We'd better take care of ourselves. Who knows how to break the array? I can't do it. Let me try. Oh no, this array is extraordinary. I can't break it. It's a combination of a killing array and a trapping array. It's powerful at trapping and killing people. And you're still calling yourself a god? You're just trash. If Lin Ling is still alive, he might be able to attack that locust tree from outside, but if Lin Ling is dead, then we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Among the countless memorial tablets, the Curishan and the others were also rapidly discussing. Of course, they weren't very confident that Lin Ling was still alive. However, no one saw that at this moment, in a tomb passage behind the manor, a figure was running along the tomb passage and he was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling hadn't seen through the locust tree's origins, he had sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, in order to avoid being kicked out, he had left early to search for the sword demon's head. As for the Curishan and the other gods, Lin Ling could only pray that they were on their own. Because Lin Ling had a feeling that he might not be a match for eccentric locust tree in a head-on collision with him. The tomb was pitch black, as if it had no end. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling felt that he had stepped into some enchantment restriction. These restrictions were very ancient. They were left behind by the gods of ancient times. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. According to the map that Xianxia had given him, the sword demon was in the depths of the tomb, but there was no way to break the seal. Once you step into the ancient tomb, life and death are just passers-by. Lin Ling looked at the words beside the tomb. Then he gritted his teeth and stepped in. Rumble. As soon as he entered, the world behind him changed. It became pitch black, as if it was a world of chaos. Moreover, this pitch-black darkness was constantly wriggling, as if it wanted to devour everything. What a terrifying aura of death. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the chaotic world behind him contained an incomparably terrifying power, led by the deathly aura. It was all negative energy. Rumble. At this moment, the chaotic world began to slowly engulf him. Although it was not fast, everything that was engulfed by it was turned into nothingness. I have to leave now. Lin Ling knew that if he did not leave now, he would soon be engulfed. Therefore, he immediately took a step forward. However, something strange happened. He seemed to have taken a step forward, but when the step ended, his body was still in the same place. He had clearly taken a step forward, but the result was that he was still in the same place. This was too terrifying. It's an enchantment restriction. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Rumble. At this moment, the chaotic world behind him was getting closer and closer. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ling's forehead. His soul power spread out, and he immediately discovered that countless threads had appeared in front of him. They intertwined with each other and were as complex as a heavenly book. Among the threads, there was a red one. It was like an earthworm hidden among the threads, twisting and turning. Could it be that I can only take the right step by following the direction of the red thread? Lin Ling instantly guessed and hurriedly chased after the red thread. However, the red thread was hidden among the threads and formed numerous ancient enchantments. If he wanted to pursue it, he had to break these enchantments. Fortunately, the enchantments hidden in the first step were not complicated. Many of them were enchantments that Lin Ling had come into contact with, so Lin Ling was confident that he could break them. Break it! Lin Ling's hands constantly danced as if he was pulling apart the threads and looking for the red thread. He broke the enchantments one by one. After a moment, the red thread finally moved forward. The direction it was pointing at was actually the leftmost brick in front of Lin Ling. When he looked behind Lin Ling, the pitch-black chaotic world was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. There it is. At this critical moment, Lin Ling took a step forward. This time, he was finally not beaten back to the same place. However, Lin Ling did not have the time to rejoice. He broke the enchantments again. Damn, who is so abnormal? In less than a meter, there are actually 1 billion enchantments. I don't know how long it will take to break them one by one. And this is me. If it was someone else, even if it was a purple mark supreme robe boundary god, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time to break them. If there was no chaotic world behind, I could slowly break them. However, now I can't slow down at all. Break it. After a long time, Lin Ling took another step forward. At the same time, he looked back and realized that the chaotic world had not been pulled away. It was still 1 meter away. However, from the third step onwards, the enchantments within 1 meter had increased to 2 billion enchantments. Lin Ling crazily urged his soul power to break the enchantments. He finally succeeded in taking the third step. However, the chaotic world behind him was less than 1 meter away. This meant that Lin Ling's speed was too slow. I have to be faster. Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy as he quickly broke the enchantments. Fourth step. Fifth step. When he reached the 5th step, there were already 4 billion enchantments within 1 meter. The red line was hidden within and could not be seen at all. Not good. At this time, Lin Ling failed to break the enchantments and took the wrong step. He retreated and actually returned to the place where he took the 3rd step. The chaotic world was behind him. It was as if there were countless hands pulling him and then it began to drown him. Lin Ling felt as if he had sunk into water. He also felt that everything in his body began to turn into nothingness, into chaos. However, at the crucial moment, a huge force was born in Lin Ling's body. It was actually crazily devouring that force. It was the chaotic body and the evil ghost jellyfish. The chaotic world behind him hid countless death aura and underworld aura. It was also the nourishment of the chaotic body. Of course, this force was too huge. The chaotic body and the evil ghost jellyfish could not devour it for long. However, it was enough for Lin Ling. Sky-splitting slash. The powerful Pangu struck out and the darkness in front of him was split apart. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Light began to appear in front of him. Lin Ling's body also appeared in the darkness. It was as if he had emerged from the water. In front of him was the tomb path again. Run. Chapter 4452. The body of chaos and the ghoul jellyfish's talents actually improved. Lin Ling inadvertently checked and was shocked. However, he couldn't care less and started to calculate crazily. The 5th step was successfully taken. The 6th step, a total of 5 billion barriers appeared. Speed up. Lin Ling frantically unlocked the barriers. Many of them were the first time he encountered them, but when death approached, he could only rely on his own experience to solve them. Time passed quietly. The 6th step, Lin Ling successfully took it. However, the world of chaos behind him was getting closer and closer. The 7th step, Lin Ling took it again. The world of chaos had already appeared behind Lin Ling. When Lin Ling faced the 8th step, the world of chaos completely drowned him. Chaos, ghoul jellyfish. Just after being devoured, Lin Ling roared in his heart and activated his talents to crazily devour the negative energy. And his mind was still calculating the barriers. At a certain moment, he used the devouring of the 2 talents to madly rush out of the world of chaos again. In this short moment, Lin Ling discovered that his talents had improved a little. Break! And after rushing out of the world of chaos, Lin Ling also solved the 8th step. And the 8th step was like a large character. After solving it, the next step was a little more open. At least 5 consecutive steps were not difficult for Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling discover that unknowingly, his spirit formation Dao had also quietly improved. Of course, the body of chaos and the ghoul jellyfish's talents had also reached the 8th grade. There are still gains. Lin Ling was also very surprised. He simply slowed down and continued to devour the world of chaos behind him to improve his 2 talents. At the same time, with the help of the tomb path, he strengthened his spirit formation Dao. With this progress, Lin Ling was like a fish in water. It became easier and easier. Looking ahead, unknowingly, the tomb path had also reached the end. At the end was a dragon lock stone. This huge stone was said to be made of countless dragon corpses and used to seal the ancient tomb. When the dragon lock stone fell, the ancient tomb and the outside world became 2 different worlds. It's really a well-guarded tomb. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. First, there were endless spirit formations. Then, there was the primal chaos world. At the end, there was the dragon sealing stone. This meant that no matter how powerful one's spirit formation skills were, if one could not break through the dragon sealing stone, then everything would be in vain. Sooner or later, one would be devoured. This meant that if one wanted to pass through this tomb, in addition to having a powerful barrier, one's own strength must also be very strong. The aegis of the Tao of Tombs won't be able to stop me, and the world of primal chaos is far behind me. That said, I have to see how strong this dragonlock stone is. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His speed of breaking the barrier increased by a notch, and he opened up a distance of 3 meters from the chaotic world behind him. Then he used the 3rd stage of his talent, fusion, and fiercely slashed at the dragon-locking stone. His sword landed on the dragon-locking stone with all his strength. However, the dragon-locking stone did not budge at all. Moreover, a terrifying will was reflected back, causing Lin Ling's mind to go into a daze. This was because what appeared in his mind was the Great War of the Primordial Era. At that time, the heavens and earth had just been created, and all living things had just recovered. The will of the heavens had arrived, and it had a crazy battle with the primordial gods. The will of the heavens was also the will of the world, and it was the first time it had appeared in the universe. That battle had caused the heavens to fall and the earth to split. It was the primordial era where there were countless gods, and countless gods had fallen. Fortunately, this will of the heavens had just been born not long ago, so in a head-on clash, it had finally lost to the gods of the primordial era. Of course, the gods of the primordial era had also suffered countless casualties. Many gods had fallen, and in the end, they were buried here and in other places. As expected, the ancient tombs under the sacred mountain all came from the primordial era. Lin Ling was shocked. He turned back and saw that the chaotic world was less than 2 meters away in a short period of time. It's impossible to open the dragon-locking stone with my own strength. I can only try Panga's attack. Lin Ling knew very well that although he looked calm now, if he could not break the dragon-locking stone, he would not be able to escape the fate of dying in the chaotic world. And the only hope of opening the dragon-locking stone was Panga's attack. Break for me. Now, Lin Ling's chaotic body and wraith jellyfish's level had greatly increased, and the heaven-splitting slash that they used was also extraordinary. He looked at the dragon-locking stone and slashed it down. Rumble. But this time, there was an effect. The heaven-splitting slash was indeed Pangu's ultimate technique. Lin Ling's slash had actually split open a huge crack in the dragon-locking stone. Inside, there were gusts of cold wind, as if it had been opened. Great. Lin Ling was overjoyed. This way, he would not have to die in the tomb. Could it be that I've encountered this chaotic world? Then I can also raise my chaotic body and wraith jellyfish's talent. Lin Ling did not immediately enter. Instead, he retreated, approached the chaotic world, and was drowned by it. The black tide flooded over, and Lin Ling sensed that the chaotic body and wraith jellyfish were frantically devouring, and their levels were constantly increasing. It's about time. When he sensed that the chaotic body was in a perfect state, Lin Ling unleashed his full strength and immediately retreated. After appearing in the outside world, he quickly refined the negative energy, and then charged into the chaotic world again. This repeated over and over again. The distance that seemed to be less than 2 meters, Lin Ling had entered and exited a total of 3 times. His chaotic body and wraith jellyfish were also madly increasing, and in the end, they both reached the level of mid-gods. The progress is so crazy. Lin Ling was shocked. Then he could not care less. His body turned into a pool of black liquid and shot into the dragon-locking stone. The dragon-locking stone was thick and spacious. After flying for an incense stick's time, endless cold wind blew against his face. In the unseen world, there seemed to be endless voices of gods. There were angry voices, murmurs, and even unresigned cries. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Seeing that it was just voices and not a huge impact, he simply sat down cross-legged. Chaotic body. Lin Ling first comprehended the world-devouring beast and discovered that it had completely reached the level of the chaotic body of the 4 great ferocious beasts. It had the power to devour everything. Moreover, it had increased his physical strength by a total of 700,000 worlds. Condense. Lin Ling also tried to use his talent. Immediately, his body turned pitch black, and even his pupils were pitch black, as if he was a shadow. Moreover, this pitch black could also be continuously enlarged, turning into a black cloud that could devour everything. Most importantly, Lin Ling also had a true immortal body. He estimated that even the powerful divine power would not be able to destroy him. Chapter 44:53. Now, even Lin Ling himself did not know how much divine power his immortal body could defend against, but he reckoned that it would not be weak. Looking at the evil spirit hell physique, he had reached the level of a mid-god. However, this talent was known for its ghost Dao, so its attack was not the King Dao. It only increased its strange methods and defense. Especially in the face of soul attacks, its resistance was greatly increased. Moreover, it had the power of splitting. Splitting the body, it could become an evil spirit jellyfish that could devour everything. It could even allow the evil spirit jellyfish to fly across 10,000 worlds and enter various forbidden areas. The evil spirit hell physique also increased Lin Ling's divine power by 300,000 realms, which added up to 1 million realms. In addition to the original 1 million realms, it was 2 million realms. If the 3rd stage talent was fused, it could reach 4 million realms. His strength had increased by more than 30%. The only thing that did not increase was his divine power. Even his divine origin had a small increase. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. Now, even if he did not find the clue of the sword demon, this trip was not in vain. I don't know where this place is, but it looks very dangerous. Evil spirit jellyfish, split. Lin Ling shouted. A large number of black jellyfish swam out of his chest and flew forward in a grandiose manner. They wanted to investigate everything in front of them. Then, Lin Ling realized that this was the real morning hall. Countless memorial tablets were arranged in the space, and there were treasures under each memorial tablet. There were divine swords, divine armors, ancient cauldrons, war flags, and so on. They were all left behind by the dead gods. Lin Ling licked his lips and controlled the evil spirit jellyfish to carefully approach, trying to seize one of the treasures. Rumble. However, before he could get close, an unprecedented divine pressure suppressed him. Bang. The evil spirit jellyfish immediately exploded. What's going on? Lin Ling frowned and controlled the evil spirit jellyfish to swim forward again. However, the result was still the same. It seemed that the treasures under the memorial tablets were impossible to obtain. After that, Lin Ling moved forward because he also realized that as long as he did not get close to the memorial tablet, there would not be any danger. Meanwhile, as Lin Ling walked through the silent space, he was surrounded by spirit tablets that were filled with divine might. Even with Lin Ling's strength, he could still feel a tremendous amount of pressure. It was as if countless gods were looking at him. Furthermore, Those gods were the origami from the Great Desolation era. If not for the fact that Lin Ling's strength had increased by a bit, he would have been suppressed by the divine pressure to the point that it would be difficult for him to move forward. According to Sage Gui's map, the sword demon's head is here. This means that there are gods from the primordial era and gods from the era of the gods here. Lin Ling moved forward and searched ceaselessly. Finally, his eyes lit up because he noticed that the scabbard behind him had started to jump, and this sort of jump was unprecedentedly excited as if it had seen something. Found it. Lin Ling instantly guessed. Following the direction of the scabbard, he finally stopped in front of a pitch-black memorial tablet. Upon closer inspection, the word "Nameless" was written on the memorial tablet. Below the memorial tablet was an object wrapped in a red cloth. From the looks of it, it seemed to be the head. At this moment, Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. That was because he had obtained the scabbard many years ago. Moreover, because of the killing intent of the scabbard, Lin Ling had been forced to constantly search for the broken sword. Now, he had finally found the head. Immediately, Lin Ling waved his right hand and wrapped the red cloth with his divine essence, slowly lifting the head. Perhaps because the head sensed the existence of the scabbard, there was no powerful divine pressure to suppress it. Moreover, in midair, the red cloth slowly unraveled on its own, and an old man's head slowly appeared. The old man's hair was messy, and his expression was unruly. He was very domineering, and Lin Ling was stunned. However, in the next moment, the head's eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out. Not good. Lin Ling was enveloped by the murderous aura and suddenly found himself in a vast white space. There was nothing around him. Could it be that the sword demon is not dead yet? He has taken over my body. A terrifying thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. The scabbard was constantly searching for the broken sword and even the head. Its purpose was not to restore the sword's power, but to revive the sword demon. Damn it! He had been deceived for so many years. Lin Ling then frantically attacked his surroundings. However, the vast white space was like a world that could not be broken. On the contrary, in the endless memorial tablets, Lin Ling, whose body had been occupied, stood there quietly. Bang! The rope that tied his long hair suddenly exploded. His long hair spurted out like a jellyfish baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lin Ling's entire body was surging with murderous aura. Wisps of murderous aura roared, and his eyes instantly turned red. I have returned. This junior is really powerful. He can actually find everything that I have lost. Moreover, the strength of this body is actually twice as strong as mine in the past. Haha. The person looked up to the sky and laughed. He stretched out his hand, and a huge sword floated over. After landing in his hand, he ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble! The terrifying sea of blood turned into a huge demon, sweeping out in all directions. The memorial tablets in the surroundings also crashed down, and the void was in chaos. The gods and Buddhas in the sky tried to kill me in the past. Today I, the sword demon, am back. I want this world to not be able to cover my eyes anymore. The person was wanton and arrogant, constantly killing everything. The entire void was slashed open, and endless memorial tablets poured down like an ocean, as if to drown the sword demon. However, when the sword demon slashed out with his sword, all the memorial tablets were sent flying. They could not even get close to the sword demon. The sword demon now was stronger than he was in the past. Pitiful junior, you've been trapped in my soul. After a while, you'll definitely die. Ha! The sword demon constantly leaped in the void, killing everything in his way. The will of the world is the final destination of the great Tao. He roared as he killed, his murderous aura billowing. What was shocking was that he actually came from the will of the world in the past. At this moment in the vast white space, Lin Ling also went crazy. Damn it! How dare you seize my body? What bullshit sword demon? Lin Ling never thought that he would fail miserably. Moreover, in this sacred mountain, he had failed miserably twice. Because he really did not expect that the sword demon who was beheaded was still alive. Something is not right. No matter what kind of power I use here, I can't break this place. Even if my body is seized and my power is occupied by the sword demon, I still have a part of my power under my control. No, this is the world of souls, the sword demon's soul. Other people's souls are in the state of an ocean. I didn't expect the sword demon's soul to be so strong. It is in the state of a world. Chapter 44-54. Rumble. The terrifying soul power was like a sea urchin, wreaking havoc in all directions. The originally white space began to crack. How is this possible? Xianxia. At this time, the sword demon's shocked voice sounded. He obviously did not expect this nameless junior's soul to be so powerful. It was actually stronger than his. One had to know that he was an ancient figure from the era of gods and a giant in the divinity realm. Die. Lin Ling activated the Step of Wisdom and crazily attacked the entire space, causing cracks to spread continuously. Stop! The previously domineering sword demon panicked. As he had just been resurrected, he did not have any means to seal Lin Ling apart from his soul. Therefore, he used his soul to seal Lin Ling. However, he did not expect that by sealing Lin Ling in his soul, he would place Lin Ling at his weakest point. Stop your ass. Go to hell. Lin Ling's soul power did not weaken. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It was like a surging river, like the void of the universe. Crack, crack. The cracks in the entire soul space became even more severe. We can talk. Why don't I become your sword? What do you think? Scram. Junior, you know who I am. Back then I killed more than 1 billion gods. How dare you be so rude to me? Enough. At most, after I become your sword, I will be under your control forever. The sword demon kept negotiating with Lin Ling. He was completely terrified. However, Lin Ling had already suffered once. He did not trust the sword demon anymore. You dare to trick me? I want your soul to be destroyed forever. Lin Ling unleashed all his soul power and attacked the soul space. Rumble. The sword demon's soul finally could not take it anymore. It began to shatter and gradually turned into dust. I never thought that I would not die in the hands of the gods, but in the hands of a nameless junior after the era of gods. I am not willing to accept this. The sword demon's angry voice also came from the soul space. He thought that once he was resurrected, he would be able to defeat everything and no one in this world would be able to suppress him. However, a junior he met right after his resurrection killed him just like that. Moreover, in the age of the gods, such a junior would have been in existence akin to a mountain guardian in a sect. Boom. After the soul world shattered, Lin Ling began to take back his physical body. However, he also sensed an endless amount of killing intent rushing into his soul, giving him the idea of killing everything. He raised his sword and slashed in all directions. Then he rushed out of the crack in the void. His sword danced in the air continuously. The sea of blood was like a demon, like a murderous beast, slashing apart the void in front of him. No one could stop it. Boom. The ancient tomb exploded and a demon-like figure rushed out from the ground. This person held a great sword and a sea of blood roiled around the body of the sword. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were merciless and filled with killing intent. He coldly stared at the earth. Rumble. The earth began to shake as it was affected by the murderous aura. Then, this figure's gaze fell on the manor and witnessed the endless array of memorial tablets. At this moment, within the array, the Curitian and the others were still resisting with all their might. This array is indeed terrifying. Our divine power and other means are all suppressed. If this goes on, we will definitely die. Quick, be careful over there. The Curitian and the Ox Demon Patriarch formed a small team and frantically clashed with the sea of memorial tablets. However, after they blasted away a large number of the sea of memorial tablets, new ones immediately appeared, making it impossible for them to guard against them. Even if they were gods, they would not be able to withstand it in the long run. Sooner or later, they would be drowned and eventually killed here. In the void of the 9 prefectures, they were the top existences. However, in the face of the true gods of the Age of the Gods and the Age of the Primitive Desolation, They were indeed too weak. Kiki, don't risk your life to resist. It's useless. At the same time, the eerie voice floated out. As long as I refine all of you, I will be able to leave this place for good. Ha! However, just as these words were spoken, a sword slashed out, causing the entire array of memorial tablets to tremble. A huge crack appeared as all of the memorial tablets were slashed apart. Of course, these spirit tablets quickly recovered. However, the black deity and the others who were in the array saw a terrifying sound coming from the distant horizon. It was accompanied by endless sound waves and was brimming with killing intent. This person was covered in murderous intent. His long hair was messy and his eyes were blazing. Especially the sword in his hand, it made their scalps tingle. It was as if they had seen the god of death from the age of the gods. That looks like Lei Gong. The ox demon patriarch's eyes trembled as he spoke nervously. It really is Lin Ling. He's still alive, and how did he become so terrifying? The Titanic Crescent god's mouth trembled as he spoke. Who cares what he became? He's still alive, and he's rushing over. This means that he's here to save us. As expected, we can only rely on that brat Lin Ling in this battle. The Curishan, on the other hand, was very excited as he shouted, then laughed. Although the other gods found it hard to believe that they were saved by a junior like Lin Ling, their lives were obviously more important. Therefore, their morale was greatly boosted, and their faces were full of smiles. Lei Gong brat, we're here. Hurry up and help us. Even though the array had recovered, the black dragon couldn't help but laugh as he shouted. At this moment, outside the array, a bloody light slashed out, revealing its sharpness. The steps of death were incomparably terrifying. The divine steps of the sovereign realm. A figure stood outside the array, looking in front of him in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the bloody light passed by him, and the hair on his cheeks quietly fell to the ground. This was even after he had used a powerful divine ability to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he would definitely have been seriously injured by the previous sword strike. Who is it? He was the locust tree eccentric from the Age of Desolation. Being able to injure him meant that this person was incomparably terrifying. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked into the distance. He saw killing intent surging in the distance like smoke baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A figure stood there with messy hair and a pair of eyes quietly looking at him. There was a hint of killing intent and indifference in those eyes. Just one glance caused the old man's body to tremble. Of course, he was even more in disbelief. This was because the man with the long hair was actually the junior who had escaped. One had to know that he had investigated thoroughly. Among the gods, the weakest was actually that junior. But now... Chapter 44:55. Rumble. Just as the old man thought that, another sword slashed over, crossing the ancient river and quickly landing on the old man's body. Visualize the 5 skandhas, convenient Tao. The old man's right hand shook, and a locust tree branch appeared. He looked in front of him and viciously swept it out. The terrifying blood sea sword landed on the locust tree branch, causing the mysterious branch to creak as if it was about to break. However, the old man waved his hand, and the blood sea sword bounced back and landed in the spirit tablet array in the distance. The entire array shook, then cracked, and countless spirit tablets tumbled like an ocean. This also caused the Curishan in the array to look up, and then they were all shocked. They also knew that the locust tree old monster was not much weaker than them, but Lin Ling's sword actually took the old monster's full strength. You've returned from the cemetery. At this moment, the old man gritted his teeth and retreated, roaring angrily. The earth shook and the tombs collapsed, and the sound came from the cemetery. In addition, the kid had also gone in the direction of the tomb, which meant that the kid had returned from the cemetery alive. The old man knew very well what was in the cemetery, and even he could not get close. He never thought that the kid would be able to come out alive. Kill! Lin Ling's eyes were still cold and unfeeling as he slashed out again. The old man also waved the locust tree branch in his hand, and the divine stairs spat out, blocking the sword. It really is the sovereign divine stairs. Could this kid be the reincarnation of an ancient divine object? Although he blocked the sword, the old man was still shocked. He was certain that the gods surrounded in the array did not have sovereign divine stairs. In fact, 2 of them did not even have one. As for sovereign-level god steps, they were extremely rare. One had to know that the divine stairs represented the void Tao, and it was divided into 6 levels: elementary, sense, sovereign, grand elementary, ancient, and grand beginning, eternal. Only the ancient gods of the Age of the Gods and the prehistoric era had a chance to reach the sovereign level. Luckily, his realm is not high, and using the divine steps consumes a lot of divine essence. He won't be able to hold on for long, and from the looks of it he seems to have lost his mind. This is beneficial to me, the old man thought coldly as he retreated. Then he shouted, "Kid, come and kill me. Let's see if you can kill me." Lin Ling did not say a word. The blood sea sword in his hand continued to slash out. Rumble. The entire manor seemed to have been shattered. Even though the old man could barely block Lin Ling's sword, it was an arduous and unrewarding task. However, the confidence in his heart continued to support him. That was because there were tens of thousands of divine steps. There were soul, flame, lightning, death, life, and so on. In order to use these divine steps, one had to have the corresponding power and divine embryo as a foundation. For example, the soul attribute was the most profound divine steps. It required an enormous amount of spiritual strength. When it was used, it was the most invincible existence among all the divine stairs. As for the murderous divine steps, it required a powerful physical body and divine essence, in addition to endless murderous aura. Although the murderous divine steps' offensive power was ranked among the top of the divine steps, it was obvious that using it consumed more energy. Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Ling's sword was unruly and unruly. It was decisive as it continued to slash out. His mind had been submerged by the murderous aura. He only wanted to kill. This feeling was similar to when he was on the island of Ling Nation. If he did not kill to his heart's content, Lin Ling would not withdraw his sword. Moreover, this feeling was even more intense than the last time. This also caused him to forget to use the 3rd stage innate skill fusion. Otherwise, the old pagoda tree spirit would not have been able to block his sword. But even so, every time the old pagoda tree spirit blocked Lin Ling's sword, endless death aura would spread out from his body. This death aura was vast and boundless. If it were placed in the void of the 9 continents, it would drown 10,000 worlds and kill everything. This was because this death aura came from ancient times. It was condensed by absorbing the power of ancient gods. After so many years, it had reached an incomparably terrifying level. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Ox Demon clan and the others thought that this old man was not weak. It was just that the old man had concealed it at the beginning, so they did not notice it. Rumble. The terrifying murderous aura and the death aura collided violently, forming a huge storm that swept across the world. In the distant land, countless ancient tombs collapsed and the ground caved in. This crazy battle continued for a full 3 incense sticks time. The pagoda tree in the old man's hand was covered in leaves. Each leaf contained 100,000 years' worth of death aura. Now it was being cut down by Lin Ling. What's going on? The old man felt that something was wrong. It was because Lin Ling did not seem to be tired. He could still slash out continuously, and the more he slashed, the more terrifying it was. How could this kid hold on for so long with the divine energy of a mid-stage lower deity? Moreover, where did his murderous aura come from? It seemed to be endless. Moreover, to kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of oneself, one must have a strong physical body to support the execution of the murderous divine steps. These 3 points did not seem to appear on Lin Ling. No, this murderous aura does not belong to him. He obtained it in the tomb. Heavens, he actually obtained the memorial tablet of an ancient god. Suddenly, the old man thought of something, and his eyes trembled. This meant that this kid's murderous aura was endless, and it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. "You or you?" Being able to obtain the murderous aura of an ancient god was not something an ordinary person could do. Even he would find it difficult to do so. He had been here for millions of years, and he had long coveted the treasures left behind by the ancient god. However, in the end, he had not obtained any of them. Lin Ling seemed to only have one sentence. His long hair turned blood red, and it actually grew longer and longer. It danced wildly like a sea urchin, and it was terrifying at first glance. Sword strikes that were even more terrifying than the previous ones were continuously slashing out. A branch of the pagoda tree in the old man's hand finally broke. Looking into the distance, Yu and the others were still waiting outside. Moreover, they looked anxious. They had also noticed the great disturbance in the manor, but there was a powerful force blocking them, preventing them from entering the manor. However, at this moment, a huge branch of the ancient pagoda tree outside the manor fell, and then blood flowed out continuously. This also shocked Yu and the others. However, after the ancient pagoda tree trembled for a while, it began to lose branches again. Moreover, this was only the beginning, and branches continued to fall. Looking into the manor, they saw that the old man could no longer resist. The branches in his hand were continuously being slashed by Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the old man's whole body was trembling, and he gradually lost the strength to resist. Previously, he had used the power of a great divine ability to transmit Lin Ling's murderous steps to the endless ancient tombs, but it was still useless. Chapter 4456. Rumble. At the same time, the giant locust tree outside the manor fell to the ground. Smelly blood flowed out of the tree and it began to wither. Lin Ling's expression did not change after killing the old man. His killing intent was still boiling. His gaze fell on the memorial tablet array and he slashed out. This slash hit the array's weak point. With the old man's death, the array lost its owner and was no longer as ferocious as before. Furthermore, Lin Ling had walked through the tomb path. Now, his ability to break the barrier had more than doubled. Crash! With Lin Ling's sword, in addition to Emperor God Zhang and the others' frenzied attacks, the array finally collapsed. Countless memorial tablets were like seawater, slanting in all directions. Eventually, they stopped flowing and scattered all over the manor. He's out! Kurishin and the others immediately broke out of the array. They felt as though they had just survived a calamity. Then they looked at Lin Ling with fear. This guy, I'm afraid he now has the true power of a god. That sword, it's crazy. Was he hiding his strength when he fought with me on the sacred mountain? The ox demon patriarch and the others were trembling with fear. They still did not dare to approach Lin Ling. Lin Ling. At this time, the people outside the manor also rushed in. However, when they saw Lin Ling's long hair reaching the ground, his eyes were blood red, and he held a huge blood-red sword in his hand. They didn't dare to approach. Don't come near me. I'm suppressing the killing intent, but if you get too close, I won't be able to hold back and kill you. Lin Ling looked coldly at the crowd. If not for Yu and the others, he would have already killed them. Good. Titanic Crescent God's mouth twitched as he quickly nodded. I have to leave for now. Yu, follow Emperor God Zhang and leave first. I'll find you later. Lin Ling didn't dare to stay any longer. He took a step forward and shot up into the sky, carrying with him a substantial killing intent. Soon after, the ground trembled as Lin Ling rushed back into the tomb. Lin Ling had no choice but to leave. Right now, he hadn't killed to his heart's content, and his body wasn't damaged at all. This simply couldn't vent his killing intent. If he wanted to vent his murderous aura, besides killing to his heart's content, he had to be heavily injured. The more injured he was, the more terrifying his murderous aura would be. Legend had it that during the era of the gods, when this sword demon used the steps of slaughter, hundreds of millions of gods were drowned and annihilated. Let's get out of here first. Watching Lin Ling leave, Kurishin hurriedly said. Everyone nodded and left. Although Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling, they also knew that the only one who could survive this calamity was Lin Ling himself. Lin Ling's eternal Tao of slaughter. The black deity muttered to himself as he moved forward. Lin Ling is now the real Lei Gong. I'm afraid his strength isn't much weaker than yours or mine. It's just that it's difficult for him to control that power," said Titanic Crescent God. Before Lin Ling had entered the Ji Air Ox cave, he had been weaker than them, but now he was stronger than them. Now, his strength was even more terrifying than theirs. Not only did he have a breakthrough in cultivation, but he also had an extremely powerful steps of slaughter. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling held his sword and rushed back into the tomb. Because the tomb's sky had been cut open, Lin Ling could directly return to the void where the countless memorial tablets were buried. Crush. As soon as he arrived, an endless divine aura suppressed Lin Ling. It was as if all the gods and Buddhas were staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was in need of a place to vent his anger. He held his sword in his hand and went for the kill. Rumble. With one slash, countless memorial tablets were sent flying. Rumble. With another slash, more memorial tablets were chopped off. However, these memorial tablets seemed to have spirits and were completely enraged. They turned into a huge vortex of memorial tablets and swept towards Lin Ling. Crush. Countless memorial tablets in the manor turned into an ocean and rushed into the void through the cracks in the void. In this way, the entire void was filled with memorial tablets. It was very terrifying. Not to mention the gods, even the gods would be scared to the point that their legs would go soft. This was because it was as if they were facing an endless number of ancient gods. However, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the vortex of memorial tablets, became more excited. Although he was injured, the more injured he was, the crazier he became. Moreover, he began to use the first stage of his innate ability, fusion. During this process, he was slightly calm. He knew that the sword demon was dead, but the power left behind was affecting him. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was difficult to refine this power. He could only vent his anger by continuously killing and letting this power cool down gradually. This power has been left behind in my body. It's a hidden danger. Kill. Lin Ling pounced forward, holding the big sword in his hand and continuously chopping the memorial tablets around him. After killing for an unknown period of time, Lin Ling realized that the murderous aura in his body had not weakened. Instead, it had greatly increased. This shocked him again, because if this continued, he would die of exhaustion sooner or later. Uncle. At this moment, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Lin Ling turned his head and immediately saw a white tiger standing in the void not far away. Although the white tiger was trembling and frightened, the girl on the white tiger was laughing as if she was having fun. Lin Ling was shocked. Isn't this the girl? Why is she following me? Don't come over. Leave immediately. Lin Ling said coldly. Uncle's murderous aura can't affect me. Moreover, I'm not afraid. Little White is not afraid either. The girl said with a smile. She kicked the white tiger and made it walk towards Lin Ling. However, the white tiger's legs were already trembling. It could not endure the girl's willfulness and could only brace itself and walk over. Scram! Lin Ling shouted angrily. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his murderous aura and kill the girl. However, the girl was still stubborn and ran over casually. However, this also made Lin Ling realize that the girl's arrival did not affect his murderous aura at all. It was as if the girl was not human, so his murderous aura did not want to kill her. It was very strange. How can this be? Lin Ling frowned. The girl rode the white tiger and arrived beside Lin Ling. She laughed and said, Uncle, I'm right. It's really strange. However, you're also crazy. If you're wrong, then I won't be able to control myself and will kill you. Lin Ling said coldly. As the girl came closer, the feeling became more intense. Although Lin Ling still wanted to kill to his heart's content, he could not bring himself to kill the girl. One had to know that in the past, he would have wanted to kill Yu and the others, but it was weaker. I'm not afraid. The girl shook her head bravely. Because if you want to kill, you can kill Little White first. White Tiger. Chapter 4457. What? This seemingly casual sentence caused Lin Ling's pupils to tremble violently. He had always felt that this murderous aura was different from the last time. It was as if it was endless, and he could not vent it at all. However, after the girl's reminder, he realized that this murderous aura had already turned into a divine fetus. No, it should be said that this was the divine fetus left behind by the sword demon. Perhaps, only by refining this divine fetus into his dantian would Lin Ling be able to completely control it. Of course, this was impossible for others, but it was possible for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling could open his 9 dantians, and this murderous aura could become the divine fetus of his 8th dantian. However, it was extremely difficult to open the 8th dantian. The amount of spiritual energy required was several times more than that required for a breakthrough. "Big brother, follow me." At this moment, the girl said again and rode ahead on her white tiger. "Kill!" Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, killing the memorial tablets around him. Only by doing so would the murderous aura's influence on him weaken a little. Of course, he also stared at the girl's back, very curious. Who exactly was this girl? Not long after, more memorial tablets appeared in front of them. These memorial tablets turned into a huge vortex, tens of thousands of miles long and thousands of miles wide. It was like a huge all-storm, constantly spinning in the void ahead. Rumble. A deafening sound was also constantly heard. Standing before the endless memorial tablets, one would feel a sense of shock and insignificance. Over there is the West Foundation. The girl stopped in her tracks and pointed ahead. The West Foundation? Lin Ling frowned. Yes. The girl nodded. After the gods fell, those with great divine power didn't want them to be reincarnated, so they used great divine power to lock them under the divine mountain for future use. There are many such divine mountains in the entire primal chaos realm, and if you can get the foundation of the east, west, north, and south, you can get it. You can obtain the souls of the gods. How do I obtain it? Lin Ling immediately asked. I can help you obtain it, but you have to help me open those memorial tablets. I can't get close. The girl blinked and then said, How do you know all this? Also, I've known you for so long, but I don't know what your name is. You've never told me. Lin Ling asked again. He had never asked before because he thought that the girl would not harm him since she had saved his life. I don't know either, but my name is Mystic Fairy. The girl blinked and said, I only found out about this after I came here. Moreover, someone in the unseen world is telling me to help someone. After completing this matter, I can go back. That person is me? Lin Ling suddenly guessed something. The girl looked at Lin Ling and said, At first, I didn't know who it was. But after seeing you, I had a feeling that it was you. This is also a great calamity for me. I have to help you in order to cross this great calamity. All right, then I'll help you open those memorial tablets. Lin Ling also knew that the young girl really didn't know a lot, so he didn't ask any more. Then, he held the Tyrant Song sword and rushed toward the spirit tablet vortex in front of him. Third stage. This time, Lin Ling activated the third stage of talent fusion. Now, his realm-swallowing beast and evil ghost jellyfish had both reached the level of intermediate gods. The third stage of talent fusion's power had also increased greatly. In addition to the killing steps, he immediately cut a hole in the spirit tablet vortex in front of him. Junior, how dare you? The spirit tablets all spoke in unison, mixed with the majesty of ancient great gods. If it was before, Lin Ling would have been scared to the point of his legs turning to jelly. After all, these were ancient great gods. However, Lin Ling was now a god. In addition to his murderous aura, he was not afraid at all. After the spirit tablet maelstrom was cut open, a stone tablet could be seen floating in the center of the maelstrom. Upon closer inspection, this stone tablet was a miniature version of the West Memorial stone tablet that was seen outside. It was also modeled and ancient. Uncle, let me do it. At this time, the young girl rode on the white tiger and rushed in through the hole. Then, she stopped in front of the West Memorial stone tablet. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the stone tablet. A white light spread out. It was very gentle, as if it was cracking something. However, strangely, the power hidden in the stone tablet quietly melted when it came into contact with the white light. Then, the stone tablet kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm and was held in the young girl's palm. Oh, here you go. The young girl gently pushed the stone tablet in her palm. For me? Lin Ling was shocked. However, the stone tablet had already floated over and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This made Lin Ling feel that there was something extra in his soul. I just need to find the other 3 stone tablets. The young girl rode on the white tiger and rushed out of the spirit tablet vortex. Behind her, Lin Ling frowned and hurriedly followed. Looking at the surrounding spirit tablets, they had all stopped rotating and were motionless as if they were sealed. The young girl brought Lin Ling out of the void and arrived at the manor outside. Then, she said to Lin Ling, "Let's go to the North Memorial Stone Tablet." But Lin Ling nodded and took the lead. He raised his sword and rushed to the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Along the way, Lin Ling killed anyone who stood in his way. Of course, he also met many gods. That's Lei Gong, whom the young clan leader wants to kill. The first wave was the demons from the 72 caves. Lin Ling raised his sword and slashed. Blood boiled and the demons were all killed. The second wave was the experts from the Spirit Nation. After these powerhouses saw Lin Ling, all of them were incomparably terrified. Even if they were afraid, they would still kill. Kill to their heart's content. Lin Ling could still restrain his killing intent when facing Yu Yu and the others. However, when facing these experts, all of his killing intent poured out. The experts from the Spirit Nation did not even have time to beg for mercy before they were all wiped out. Then, they met the experts from the 9 prefectures void. They met unknown experts. From the West Memorial Stone to the North Memorial Stone Tablet, countless gods knew that Lei Gong, one of the 4 gods of the 9 prefectures void, had become the god of killing. Moreover, his killing intent was monstrous. Only gods could stop him from killing decisively. After a long time, they arrived at the North Memorial Stone Tablet. There's also a morning hall in the North Memorial Stone Tablet. The young girl laughed and said, she seemed to be very excited as she watched Lin Ling kill his way from the West Memorial Stone Tablet to the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Over there. Then, the young girl pointed in a certain direction. Lin Ling raised his sword and charged over. It was as if he wanted to turn the bottom of the sacred mountain upside down. After a long time, they arrived at the North Memorial Stone Tablet. It was similar to the West Memorial Stone Tablet, but there was no guardian. Lin Ling slashed open the void with his sword and entered the void filled with countless spirit tablets. Then, with the help of the young girl, he successfully laid the foundation for the North Memorial Stone Tablet. Chapter 4458. After finding the foundation of North Memorial Temple, Lin Ling quickly arrived at South Memorial Temple under the guidance of the young lady. Kill! Lin Ling realized that the murderous aura from West Memorial Temple to North Memorial Temple was still boiling. He did not know when it would weaken. South Memorial Temple was the quietest place. Although it also had lone tombs, there were fewer of them compared to West Memorial Temple and North Memorial Temple. There were also many treasures hidden in these ancient lands. Therefore, there were scattered gods who were plundering the gods' lands. A bone-chilling wind blew along the land. Several figures wearing large cloaks were strolling on the land. The bones under their feet were crushed by them. Along the way, they also encountered 1 or 2 deity-level powerhouses. Die! However, no matter what sort of background they had, they would all attack them, kill them, and then seize their treasures. They are the heavenly sovereigns of South Memorial Temple. They are the elites of Spirit Nation. When Eugene saw this group of people from afar, his expression changed drastically and he fled frantically. The few people behind him were like the Grim Reaper. They walked forward expressionlessly and did not even look at the few people who were running away. Luckily, they did not chase after us. I heard that this group of Spirit Nation elites is sweeping through South Memorial Temple. Everyone they encounter will die. Even the deities cannot escape death. Let's leave quickly. Stop talking nonsense. The 3 people who were running away rushed forward at lightning speed. When they could no longer see the Spirit Nation elites, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Crow. However, a crow's cry was heard. On top of an ancient tombstone in front of them, A black crow stood there. It was very strange and was looking at them with a cold gaze. Lone tombs and black crows. Such a scene made one's scalp tingle. Scram! One of the deities frowned and then shouted angrily. He knew very well that although South Memorial Temple had the least number of ancient tombs, it did not mean that it was safe. Other than the Spirit Nation elites, there were also gods and demons hidden underground. It was said that those who encountered them would die. Hence, the sudden appearance of the crow made them afraid that they had encountered the gods and demons of ancient tombs. Kiki, don't worry. I am not the gods and demons of South Memorial Temple. Suddenly, the crow spoke in human language. The three deities were startled, and one of them asked anxiously, "Who are you?" "I am Black Crow Old Man." Boundless darkness began to spread out, transforming into clouds and mist that engulfed the three deities. "Black Crow Old Man, you're a Sky Sovereign's man." The faces of the three deities turned pale, and their bodies trembled. "Didn't we escape?" "No, no, spare me, spare me." In the endless darkness, painful groans came out one after another. It was very terrifying. Crow. A moment later, all the darkness disappeared, and a black crow flew into the distance. After a long time, it reached the cloaked figures and flew into the body of one of them. "Is it settled?" A hoarse voice sounded. It's settled." Then an old man said with a smile, "Don't worry, no one is left alive. Let's continue our journey. We must find the Kwa Fu sun-chasing boots, one of the 12 Chaos Divine artifacts. South Memorial Temple has the most human-faced ghost crows. These beasts are related to the Kwa Fu sun-chasing boots. As long as we can find the nest of the human-faced ghost crows, we will be able to find the Kwa Fu sun-chasing boots. This is what the great god of Spirit Nation reminded me. After completing this mission, we must go to West Memorial Temple immediately. That is the battlefield of the gods." The person who spoke earlier said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and continued their journey. After an unknown period of time, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These people were fighting against the human-faced ghost crows. However, they were not weak, so they killed the few scattered human-faced ghost crows. "Oh no, that is one of the 4 great gods of 9 prefectures, Eugene." Suddenly, someone among the cloaked figures let out a low cry. All the cloaked figures stopped in their tracks and looked at the group of people in front of them like the Grim Reaper. Similarly, the group of people was also looking at the cloaked figures. This group of people was Eugene and the rest of the powerhouses. Could they be the heavenly sovereigns that everyone is talking about in South Memorial Temple? An old man said with a frown. Tin, who was beside him, also had a slight flicker in her eyes. Naturally, she had heard of the heavenly sovereigns of the Spirit Nation. This group of powerhouses seemed to be searching for something in South Memorial Temple. They walked back and forth, and all the gods that they met along the way had died in their hands. She did not expect to meet this group of Spirit Nation's powerhouses today. For a moment, both parties looked at each other indifferently. Their eyes revealed an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The Spirit Nation and the 4 great gods of 9 prefectures had always been at odds. When they met, they would definitely fight to the death. "Let's go." All of a sudden, an old man in the Spirit Kingdom uttered a single sentence. Obviously, they also knew that Eugene was not to be underestimated. She was not someone that they could kill. Perhaps it could be said that in the entire South Memorial Temple, Eugene was the only one that they could not afford to offend. Seeing that the group of Spirit Nation's powerhouses wanted to leave, surprisingly, Eugene and the rest did not say anything. Instead, they looked at the group of people coldly. "It seems like Eugene can't be bothered with us. Her target should be a powerhouse at the level of Lord Ning." One of the cloaked figures secretly guessed. "Hold on." However, at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The burly cloaked figure who was the leader suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Eugene calmly. A year ago, during the battle on the Sacred Mountain, Eugene exhausted all her strength in order to summon the Donghuang Bell. After that, she was severely injured by Luli Empress. She should not have recovered her strength. What? Hearing this, the other cloaked figures were shocked. They then looked at Eugene. On the other hand, Eugene and the rest still looked indifferent. However, their hearts skipped a beat as they knew that things were not going well. This was because Eugene had indeed not recovered her strength. That was why she did not go to West Memorial Temple. Instead, she went there alone. She knew that with her current strength, she could not fight against the most powerful gods. She did not expect this group of people to see through her. So what? However, even if I haven't recovered my strength, it's not difficult to kill you, Eugene said calmly. That's not necessarily true, the burly cloaked figure said calmly. He extended his hand and a blue light lingered on his palm. The cloaked figure stared at the blue light in his palm quietly. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, "After divination, I have 70% confidence that I can defeat her." That's interesting. After receiving the cloaked figure's affirmation, the other cloaked figures began to turn around. They then looked at Eugene and the rest with a cold smile. Chapter 4459. Steps of the Gods. Those under the canopy were the elites of Eugene's main hall. Their strength was monstrous, but when they saw Black Crow's technique, their expressions changed drastically. Steps of the Gods were even more terrifying than the power of the gods. Kiki, not bad. At least there are people who know what's good for them. However, when this old man was arrogant in the era of the gods, you people had yet to be reincarnated. Let me tell you, my steps of the gods are of the Dao Sense realm, and I have yet to recover my strength. Otherwise, it would definitely be of the Dominator realm. Black Crow brought endless darkness to drown the world. He actually had the power of the soul. What's the Dao Sense realm? Insignificant skill. Hearing this, an old man beside Eugene said disdainfully. However, Eugene's expression changed slightly. She said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. This person's steps of the gods are very powerful. There are 6 steps of the gods: beginner, Dao Sense, dominator, grand beginner, ancient, Taisher, and eternal. He has already reached the first step. He's probably a god from the era of the gods." Well, at this moment, everyone was shocked. However, Yoshin's expression grew even more unsightly, because she was able to discern that Heiyo wasn't the strongest amongst them while the robust man was the most terrifying amongst them. Coupled with the fact that she was injured, the situation was definitely bad. A cold voice sounded. In the blink of an eye, white bones appeared under the black clouds. One of the Curishan experts had turned into white bones. Seeing this, Yin cried out in heartache. "Eugene, it will be your turn soon." However, at this moment, Black Crow also let out a cackle. Eugene of the 4 great gods is cold, but also very beautiful. Before we die today, let's have a good time. The other experts of the spirit kingdom sneered as well. In the past, they could only look up to the 4 great gods. They did not even dare to blaspheme them. However, now that Eugene was injured, this was their chance. Therefore, they were excited just thinking about it. After all, not everyone had the fortune to taste a god. "In your dreams," Yushin shouted and waved her hand, causing a black lotus to appear on her palm. The black lotus spun and spat out a large amount of darkness, which collided with the darkness released by the crow. Surprisingly, the darkness was stronger than the crow's. This woman is actually so strong. If I wasn't injured, I definitely wouldn't be her match. However, she's also a god left behind from the age of the gods. It's normal for her to have such strength, the crow said coldly. However, when he thought about how such an expert was going to be suppressed by him, he became excited. "I'll do it. Heavenly Supreme God Bone." All of a sudden, divine light erupted in the sky, and a giant descended. It was like a deity, like a supreme deity, and a fist smashed out like rotten weeds. Rumble. This punch actually broke through the darkness, causing Eugene to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured again. Actually, if he was at his peak, then this punch wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. But now, even 20,000 strands of the force of gods was able to give her enormous pressure. Heavenly sovereign divine blood, boil. Seeing that Eugene was injured, the man's aura increased once again. He struck out with his palm, which was like a torrential river. This time, Eugene was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. "My lord!" The experts below Eugene shouted worriedly. However, they were suppressed by the crow and the rest. Bang, bang, bang. The expert called Heavenly Supreme walked towards Eugene step by step. His footsteps were like thunder, causing the earth to shake. Although I don't get close to women, I haven't experienced the body of a god. So, let me have a taste. As he walked forward, the Heavenly Supreme took off his armor and threw it on the ground, causing a loud rumble. Dream on. Eugene struggled to stand up. However, the Heavenly Supreme sneered. He clenched his fist, causing a loud rumble. Then, he looked at Eugene and punched her. This punch didn't land on Eugene's body. Instead, it went past her body. However, the powerful force still caused Eugene to tremble and fall again. At this moment, she hated herself for being stupid. She also hated Luli Empress for being heartless. If it weren't for Luli Empress, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. It wasn't a big deal for her to be severely injured at any other time. However, it was when the sacred mountain opened. She obviously didn't want to miss out on the treasures of the sacred mountain. Therefore, she took the risk to enter the sacred mountain. If I wasn't injured, I could kill these ants by myself. Eugene looked coldly at the Heavenly Supreme and the rest. However, the Heavenly Supreme and the rest sneered at her. Crow even transformed into an old man. He had an evil smile on his face and kept licking his lips. Damn it! Eugene cursed angrily. However, she knew that there was nothing she could do. Lord Eugene. Below Eugene's screen, they were all lying on the ground and shouting angrily. They were loyal to Eugene. Therefore, they didn't want Eugene to end up like this. The most despicable thing was that the Heavenly Supreme and the rest of the experts didn't kill them. They wanted them to watch Eugene be humiliated with their own eyes. Rumble. However, at this moment, a terrifying rumbling sound resounded. In the distant sky, a surging killing intent seemed to have materialized as it majestically flew across the sky. In the sky, a man with long blood-red hair flew across the sky. He was holding a sword and his face was full of murderous intent. However, he didn't fly towards Eugene. Instead, he flew in the other direction. However, wherever he passed, there was a rain of blood that obliterated everything. It's Lei Gong. Such a terrifying scene was witnessed by everyone. Yoshin's people were all shocked. Lin Ling. Eugene stared at Lin Ling, who was gradually disappearing. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation rose in her heart. She obviously wanted Lin Ling to help her. However, when she thought of the scene on the sacred mountain, she was too embarrassed to ask. At that time, Lin Ling wanted to kill Luli Empress. However, she tried her best to protect Lin Ling. She even told Lin Ling that Lin Ling had been blinded by hatred and had lost his mind. However, in the end, she realized that she was wrong. In fact, she was terribly wrong. Because she trusted Luli Empress, she had ended up in this state. At that time, Lin Ling had tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. Sir. Eugene couldn't help but shout when she saw Lin Ling fly further and further away. Lin Ling. Although it was a great humiliation and she was too ashamed to face Lin Ling, Eugene still spoke up in the end. However, it was too late for her to speak up now. Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance and seemed to be heading somewhere. Therefore, he didn't have the time to care about his surroundings. He would only kill anything that stood in his way. He's gone. In the end, he's gone. Seeing this, Eugene finally collapsed to the ground. She had completely lost all hope of survival. It's Lin Ling. The Spirit Nation cultivators were also looking at the sky in the distance with furrowed brows. Chapter 4460. Lei Gong, the most wanted criminal in the Spirit Nation? The battle on the Celestial Mountain shook the realm of the gods. Unfortunately, although he is Lei Gong, he does not have the strength of the previous Lei Gong. As for the Heavenly Supreme, he snorted in disdain. Although Lin Ling was strong, he had assessed himself and knew that Lin Ling was no match for him. This was because his strength was half a step into the ranks of the gods. He was even stronger than Lin Ling. If it weren't for Eugene here, I would have killed Lin Ling first. Lin Ling, you have been saved by Yun. The Heavenly Supreme did not chase after Lin Ling. Between Lin Ling and Eugene, it was obvious that the latter was the real enemy of the Spirit Nation. Sir, let me do it. At this moment, an expert had already taken off his cloak and was slowly taking off his clothes. He looked at Yun maliciously. Go! The Heavenly Supreme nodded. He looked around and saw that Black Crow Old Man was also taking off his clothes. This group of bastards can't wait. Rumble. However, before the expert could get close to Eugene, the Blood Sea Sword came and killed the expert in an instant. One had to know that the Spirit Nation expert had the strength of a middle-lower deity. It was impossible to kill him in one move. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Black Crow Old Man, who had taken off half of his clothes, was stunned. However, when they looked around, they saw that a man with blood-red hair had appeared in the sky. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. No one had noticed his arrival. Moreover, for some unknown reason, when this man appeared, everyone felt a terrifying pressure assault them. It was very cold, so cold that it penetrated their hearts, causing them to have the feeling that they didn't dare to look directly at him. Lin Ling. Then, a series of exclamations began to be heard. Eugene's eyes were filled with excitement. She did not expect Lin Ling to come back. Black Crow Old Man's pupils were also trembling. He had already lost to Lin Ling twice. He had an innate fear towards Lin Ling. The Sky Supreme narrowed his eyes, as if this was the first time he was seeing Lin Ling, and he was filled with curiosity about Lin Ling. Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Suddenly, one of the Spirit Nation's powerhouses spoke in a chilling voice. Although Lin Ling's sudden arrival had made him wary, he knew that he had the Heavenly Sovereign and Black Crow Elder on his side. Both of them were top-notch deities, especially the Heavenly Supreme, who was already half a step away from becoming a deity. Compared to Lord E back then, his strength was more than double. Kill. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence, and that was to kill. He couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. He only wanted to kill everyone here. Previously, he had been searching for the foundation of the Southern Memorial Temple. However, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name, so he followed the voice and came here. The Blood Sea Sword slashed out. The Spirit Nation's powerhouse who spoke earlier was sliced into two. Such a terrifying slash shocked everyone. It was too fast. A mid-stage lower deity had fallen just like that. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape today. Black Crow Old Man shouted and wanted to join forces with the Heavenly Supreme to kill Lin Ling. Kill! What welcomed him was a slash, the Blood Sea Sword. Plop! Black Crow Old Man's head fell off, and his eyes were wide open. Too fast. He had actually died, and was killed by a slash? How was this possible? This was the only thought Black Crow Old Man had before he died. Clearly, he would never have thought that he would die here, and die so cleanly. One had to know that he had yet to recover his strength from back then. So strong. The Heavenly Supreme's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was different from what he had imagined. He was much stronger than a year ago. What was going on? He couldn't help but lower his head to look at his palm. He saw that the blue liquid in his palm had unknowingly turned red. This is a bad omen. The Heavenly Supreme looked at his palm in disbelief. When did the situation become like this? For a moment, he didn't dare to move. He was very afraid. As for the remaining Spirit Nation's powerhouses, they were expecting the Heavenly Supreme to kill Lin Ling. However, when they saw the Heavenly Supreme's expression, they felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the Heavenly Supreme had no confidence? One had to know that the Heavenly Supreme was the deity who was about to take over Lord Ning's position in the Spirit Nation. This time, they didn't dare to move. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Time seemed to have frozen. The Heavenly Supreme looked at his palm solemnly, constantly checking the signs. However, the liquid in his palm was still red and didn't change at all. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's sword moved slightly. This also caused the liquid in the Heavenly Supreme's hand to quietly turn blue. Blue, 60% chance, I can win. The Heavenly Supreme's pupils constricted. He was actually a little excited. Although he didn't know why the ominous heavenly water would change, it had always been accurate. There was no way it would lie to him. This meant that at this moment, he had a 60% chance of killing Lin Ling. One had to know that in a battle between powerhouses, a single breath, a single thought could change the entire situation. Therefore, the current Lin Ling must have a flaw, or the cultivation technique that he was practicing had produced a side effect. Kill! The Heavenly Supreme seized the opportunity. With a shake of his arm, the Heavenly God's supreme bone appeared. This kind of talent was among the intermediate deities. Although his cultivation was only at the intermediate lower deity realm, his talent was amazing. Therefore, he was well-groomed in the spirit nation. The Heavenly Supreme has moved. He usually doesn't make a move. Once he does, it means that he has full confidence. Even if he doesn't have full confidence, he must have the confidence to kill Lord Lei Gong. Kill! All the powerhouses of the spirit nation were excited. Eugene and the others were extremely nervous, especially Eugene. She knew how strong the Heavenly Supreme was. If he were to compare himself to Lin Ling a year ago, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Rumble! The Heavenly Supreme's divine fist broke through time and space as it madly pressed down on Lin Ling. This punch contained a total of 40,000 divine forces. Before the Heavenly Supreme punched, he looked at the ominous heavenly water in his palm again. When he saw that it was still blue, his confidence was boosted. Lei Gong, you are dead meat. With no more worries in his heart, the Heavenly Supreme's strength increased by another notch. At this moment, Lin Ling squinted his eyes. This was because he sensed that the murderous aura in his body was fluctuating. Because of this, it was slightly affecting him. However, when he sensed the Heavenly Supreme's attack, he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, an extremely terrifying murderous aura was gushing out. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly turned into a violent storm. The sword was slashed out from Lin Ling's hand. Crack! The ferocious Heavenly Supreme's divine fist cracked, and then it exploded. My fist! The Heavenly Supreme was shocked. Unbelievable! He even doubted his own eyes. That was because the Thunder God had actually broken his Divine God's supreme fist with a single strike. What on earth had happened? Chapter 4461. A year ago, Lin Ling could only kill Luli Empress and Xianxia when they joined forces. He was not a real god. However, a year later, Lin Ling gave him the feeling that he was a god. The steps of God, at least of the Dominator level. Suddenly, the Heavenly Supreme thought of something and his eyes trembled. Rumble! However, this was the only thought he had before he died. Lin Ling slashed out again and easily cut him in half. Blood spurted out and the Heavenly Supreme could only watch as his upper body slid down and crashed onto the ground. However, at this moment, he saw the heavenly water in his other hand. The heavenly water was black and it was a sign of great misfortune. One thought could bring great fortune, and one thought could bring great misfortune. Misfortune, good fortune, all depended on Lin Ling's thoughts. Plop. When he crashed onto the ground, the Heavenly Supreme finally knew why he had died. Dead, the Heavenly Supreme is dead too. The remaining Spirit Nation elites were all trembling in fear. They had dominated the Southern Memorial Hall and killed all who stood in their way. However, they had finally met their nemesis today. Run! They were afraid and wanted to leave this place immediately. Kill! However, it was too late to escape now. Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with his blood sword, easily reaping their lives. After a while, he walked towards Eugene and the rest with his sword in hand. The murderous aura in his eyes did not diminish. So strong Lin Ling has become so strong. Seeing the grim demon walking towards her, Eugene felt uneasy. However, she also realized that Lin Ling's murderous intent towards her did not diminish at all. It was as if he wanted to kill her too. This made her smile bitterly. Forget it, dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, I know that Titanic Crescent God and I forced Lei Gong to his death. That's why you hate us so much. Now, avenge Lei Gong. I have no regrets even if I die. Yujin closed her eyes and allowed Lin Ling to kill her. Lord Lei Gong, please don't kill Lord Eugene. Kill me instead. Spare me. Back then, Lady Eugene forced Lei Gong of the older generation to his death. That wasn't her intention. She only treated the world will as her enemy. She's someone who only cares about things and not people. Eugene's fans were all kowtowing to Lin Ling, pleading for Eugene. Moreover, they had never imagined that the trial taker Lin Ling from back then would have already reached such heights. Killing gods was as easy as flipping his hand. When he recalled all of this, he found it hard to believe, as if he was dreaming. However, Lin Ling did not care about them at all. After killing Eugene, he wanted to kill all of them as well. Lord Lei Gong, old Lei Gong, he didn't die. Seeing that Lin Ling was being merciless, one of the old men couldn't help but roar. But Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, suppressing the terrifying killing intent in his body. He stared coldly at the old man who spoke. Elder Lon, what are you talking about? Even Eugene opened her eyes in disbelief. Both the Titanic Crescent God and I saw this. Although I wasn't sure, the Titanic Crescent God told me that it should be Lord Lei Gong. We met him when we first entered the Celestial Mountain. Now, old Lei Gong should be in the depths of West Memorial. The old man gritted his teeth and said, everything I said is true. If I lie, I will forever be a demon. Lei Gong. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. In the end, he didn't say a word. He lifted his sword and flew into the distance. Although he wasn't sure if Lei Gong was still alive, his intuition told him that the old man didn't lie to him. In exchange for agreeing to his conditions, he would spare Eugene's life. Furthermore, if the old man had lied to him, he wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Ling's pursuit in the future. Lin Ling. Eugene had a complicated expression as she watched Lin Ling leave. She recalled the handsome young man under Lei Gong's banner. Back then, she looked down on the young man. Now, she had to look up to him. She even needed the young man's help to escape this calamity. Thank you. Although Lin Ling had granted her life, Eugene didn't feel embarrassed. She owed Lin Ling too much. This was retribution that she deserved. Uncle, over here. In the distant sky, the Empyrean fairy was waiting for Lin Ling on her white tiger. Lin Ling walked towards the Empyrean fairy. However, he was thinking about Lei Gong. Was Lei Gong really still alive? How could that be? Could it be the Spirit Nation? One should know that the Spirit Nation had the ability to resurrect. Wang Shui was a living example. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for the Spirit Nation's god to resurrect Lei Gong. Furthermore, Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world's consciousness. It was no small matter. The Spirit Nation's god might resurrect him. I can only know if it's real when I see it with my own eyes. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He collected his thoughts and looked forward. However, at this moment, countless black shadows rushed up from the ground. They then surrounded the young girl and the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, the young girl and the white tiger disappeared. At the same time, the cawing of crows could be heard. Upon closer inspection, a large group of human-faced ghost crows had appeared in front of them. This happened very quickly. In addition, Lin Ling was distracted previously. Therefore, he didn't notice it at all. The human-faced ghost crows stared at Lin Ling. Their eyes were cold and sarcastic as if they were mocking Lin Ling. Lin Ling was instantly enraged. The Empyrean fairy had been snatched away in front of him. This was unforgivable. Moreover, someone dared to snatch her in front of him. This was forcing him to start a massacre. Crows. Sensing Lin Ling's murderous aura, countless human-faced ghost crows let out strange caws. Then they swarmed towards Lin Ling. One should know that one human-faced ghost crow required the combined efforts of the light golden dragon and the rest to defeat it. However, there was more than one human-faced ghost crow here. Hee, this young girl is quite extraordinary. I can give her to the king. At this moment, a pitch-black human-faced ghost crow glided across the ground. It was different from the other human-faced ghost crows. There was a white line on its back and it could speak human language. As for that kid, I'll treat him as nourishment for my subordinates. However, that kid is too skinny. I'm afraid my subordinates won't be able to eat their fill. After laughing coldly, the human-faced ghost crow dived into the ground and disappeared. However, he didn't notice that the sky was filled with crows. The human-faced ghost crows were flying back and forth at an extremely fast speed. However, soon, countless feathers fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Those human-faced ghost crows fell like rain. Among the endless black feathers, a figure shot towards the ground like a god of death. How dare you capture my people? Kill without mercy. Chapter 4462. Russell. Many of the human-faced ghost crows were drooling, but they did not dare to act rashly. Looking at the front of the cave, there were countless white bones and skulls. They were densely packed and piled up like a mountain. Among them, there was a chair made of white bones. Sitting on it was an evil-looking young man in a black cloak. The young man crossed his legs and had a smile on his face. "My king, I've caught her." The human-faced ghost crow carrying the young girl immediately put her down. Cut, 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 cut. Many crows flew down and looked at the young girl curiously. "But, are you interested in her too?" the devilish young man said with a chuckle. Cut. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were shocked and quickly retreated. The human-faced ghost crows did not dare to get close to the young girl. Haha. The devilish young man swung his cloak and walked toward the young girl. He sized her up and said, "This girl is not simple. She has a mysterious power in her body. I'm afraid she's the reincarnation of a god from ancient times. If I can get this power, my strength will increase tremendously. I'll dominate from the age of gods to the flood. The age of desolation." Obviously, he had noticed the young girl and ordered his subordinates to catch her. "Congratulations, my king." Voices came from all around. It was obvious that there were many human-faced ghost crows that could speak human language. These human-faced ghost crows were undoubtedly stronger. "Oh right, I saw a lunatic beside this girl. Where is that lunatic?" the devilish young man suddenly asked. He looked young, but in fact he had lived for millions of years. He was the mount of a god from ancient times and had been trapped in the sacred mountain for millions of years. He was extremely powerful and was the king of Southern Memorial. "He's dead. The human-faced ghost crow immediately laughed. "Not bad. You've won my heart. I'll reward you greatly for this. That white tiger is also an extraordinary species. I'll reward it to you." The devilish young man smiled faintly. "Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king." The human-faced ghost crow knelt down and kowtowed. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were extremely envious. Rumble. However, at this moment, the cave shook. Then, a figure broke through the cave and descended from the sky. Bang. The moment he crashed into the ground, the entire cave shook, waking up countless sleeping human-faced ghost crows. Crash. Moreover, this turbulence caused the skeletons in the cave to collapse. However, just as they were about to submerge the evil youth remained motionless and the skeletons turned into ashes. That lunatic didn't die, and he even came to us personally. The evil-looking young man stared at the newcomer and smiled evilly. "Spare my life, your majesty. Spare my life." The human-faced ghost crow from before immediately kowtowed, but it was useless, because the evil charming young man suddenly grabbed the human-faced ghost crow with his right hand, bit its neck, and started sucking its blood crazily. As for the human-faced ghost crow, it didn't dare to resist at all, allowing the evil youth to suck its blood. "Where are my people?" The newcomer walked forward step by step, his voice cold and indifferent. The killing intent on his body seemed to materialize, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, igniting all the smoke in the cave. Here. The devilish young man threw away the human-faced ghost crow in his hand and tilted his head with a smile. "You guys are so stupid." The person who came said another sentence. "Is that so? I wonder why you guys are so stupid?" the evil youth asked. "Originally, you guys didn't have to die, and just hid in the cave obediently. However, you guys dared to provoke me and even dared to snatch my people. Now, all of you are going to die." The person's gaze swept across the entire cave. His eyes were cold and merciless, emitting a dazzling light. "Hehe, you scared me, I'm so scared." Unexpectedly, the evil youth wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "There are 1 billion human-faced ghost crows in my cave. Can you kill them all?" 1 billion? Hearing this, the person stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. "What? Are you scared?" "Hehe, it's too late to be scared now." Seeing this, the evil youth laughed loudly. However, his laughter didn't last long, because the person had already said coldly, "It's not that you're scared, but you can barely be my appetizer." Appetizer? 1 billion human-faced ghost crows is just an appetizer. Is this person going to kill until the sky falls and the earth rends? Anger. The evil youth was furious. He had lived for 1 million years, and this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant junior. The surrounding human-faced ghost crows were furious as well. A mere person dared to be so arrogant. To them, this young man wasn't even enough for one person, yet he wanted to kill 1 billion people. "You have a big appetite, but be careful not to die from overeating. Kill him." The evil youth waved his hand, and the entire cave began to tremble. Countless human-faced ghost crows flew out, and a large number of human-faced ghost crows also flew in from the small caves around the cave. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. What was more shocking was that there were so many human-faced ghost crows, but they didn't collide with each other as they flew. Not a single one. This showed how powerful these human-faced ghost crows were. "Let me have a good taste of this young girl." The evil youth had already turned around, picked up the young girl on the ground, and was about to enter another cave. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted. It was like a circular shockwave that gushed out in all directions. Countless feathers scattered, and a large number of human-faced ghost crows fell to the ground, killed by the sword. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, more and more human-faced ghost crows fell, as if they were going to fill up the entire cave. This could be called a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, a figure carrying a sword walked towards the evil youth step by step with a substantial killing intent. "Only 1 billion?" At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the cave, causing the evil youth to turn his head in disbelief and look deeply at the person who came. One move killed 1 billion human-faced ghost crows. This person's killing intent was too terrifying. For a moment, the two people looked at each other indifferently. One was the demon king of the divine mountain who had cultivated for 1 million years, while the other was young, but had countless inheritances. He was now like the god of death in the age of gods. They looked at each other coldly, causing the cave to fall silent. However, it was like the dawn before the storm, and a destructive storm could erupt at any time. You actually killed so many of my descendants." After an unknown period of time, the evil youth put down the young girl in his hand and said coldly, "Not a lot. If you still have 1 billion, I can barely reach 70% full."